This thing working? Yep, apparently it is. Sorry about that, I knocked my capture card.
solved, sir. The ship is on fire. The hole below the waterline. We're flooding quickly. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target. Problem solved, sir. Bullseye! Nice work. Our team has taken the lead.
Action stations.
All forces, capture that area. Acknowledged. Engine boost activated.
Oof.
Action stations.
Construction stations.
Let's give them a hard time. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship. Affirmative.
Oi oi Fazza, how's it going pal? Long time no see. Ah, we ain't been lurking on my streams a lot, have you? I ain't seen you for a while. Hey, listen, buddy. If you're about on that man, and I want to pop on for a game or whatever, there's a link to my Discord channel in my. There's a link to my Discord channel in the description. So just jump on that, man. I'm on there now. It's alright if you've been playing with others, that's fine. I've been playing with other people as well, but just got bored of it.
The enemy team has taken the lead.
The ship is on fire.
Fair enough, buddy. I'm gonna ram this twat.
Problem solved, sir.
No, I'm not. He's missed me. Damn. Yeah, there's a link in my description, mate. I don't know if it's on my Twitch or not. fact, I'll add you in a minute actually after I've done this battle. Yeah, I'll do it now. I gotta put that little asterisk in that's hashtag and that in, I know. So. I better go put the capital letters in as well. Yeah, I recently started playing Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. So. Why can I not find you? That's weird. Oh bloody hell. Give him your arm and leg by the looks of it. Oh, I literally can't find you on Discord. I don't know what the hell's going on there. That is weird. Ah, found you. Found you finally.
Action stations.
I'll send you a phone request though. So. There he is. Kennedy. I will do it properly, but yeah, I've got a bit of a headache coming on, mate. So I'm not gonna start screaming it properly. Kennedy, I'm in my Discord voice chat. If you want to jump in, hop in, and we can have a chat and we can discuss ships or whatever. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to have a chat with you. Bazzy, you're also very welcome to join in as well.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship. Teammate, I need your support.
Oh, crap. Oof. Whatever you just tried to post then, Kennedy, my spam bot, Nightbot just stopped that. Fight me, Nightbot. Funny man. Anyway, like, as I was saying, Kennedy, I'm in the voice chat on my Discord if you want to hop in and you know, have a bit of banter.
The ship is on fire. Smoke generator started. Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Critical engine damage. Screen set.
Oh, fight me, Colorado. You little bitch. Yeah, man. And you as well, Fazza. Come on, get on Discord, accept my friend request. Let's go. Don't make me fight you all.
Problem solved, sir.
Let's spam these torpedoes that way and see if I can get him. Yeah, or also as well, the great thing about my Discord is I'm allowed you to you can put your stream details in as well. So if you're ever streaming and you want people, you know, I ain't got that many viewers yet, but you can self-promote your channel as well. That was quite handy. Yeah, mate, I have definitely added you, mate. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll put it in the chat. Hang on, I put mine. That's mine in the chat there. So
The ship is on fire.
right, we are gonna go down to a lower tier, I think, because I have had enough of playing tier 7s today. Try again. Bloody hell, you don't want much, do you? Right, let's see. I've got it here. Big Fazza, 94 UK, capital U, capital K, capital B, capital F. It won't let me. It won't let me uns. Oh, yes, it will. It will. It will let me unsend it. Hang on. Right, cancel. Right, go to that. Right, I've sent it again. I've sent it again now. So. Oh, there we go. Hey, he's finally done it. Oh, bloody hell. Hey, there we go. He's in now. He's in. Give your stream status because you're a streamer. So, there you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. Right then. So we're gonna drop down, lower tier, lower tier, lower tier. Let's go. I'm gonna go tier 4 because I like playing Kamikaze.
Battle starts.
If it'll affect my stream, won't affect my stream. At least it'll keep me talking. I tend to go really quiet when I stream because I'm concentrating on the game. Won't affect my stream at all. Bloody hell, shooting armor piercing fucking round. Oh, he's gonna die. Right, I reckon that Fubuki is coming for me. There he is.
Smoke screen set.
Enemy destroyer found.
Still Kenny. I don't know if he's still here or not. I don't know. I don't. It says I got four viewers, so he might be here. He might not be. I don't know. I ain't got a clue where he is. He hasn't spoke for a while. He's on Discord, so might be there.
Oh, Mikey boy.
Bloody hell!
What sort of did I shit you off or something, dude?
Fucking hell! Yes, you did. Shit, son. Didn't even give me a notification anybody even joined. That was real.
Yeah, because it just not really don't give you anything, but you don't really give you notifications or heads up. You just, let's say, join channel.
Right, fair enough.
Action stations.
Yeah, where you been, man? You missed some decent stuff on this game, you know.
You know what? Past couple of days, I've been playing, like I said, I'm playing a lot of games with friends, like. I've already got the Massachusetts, so there's not really much I can do at the moment on the campaign, so.
Fair enough. I haven't seen you playing with the warships. That's why I asked if you got them or not. So.
Oh, wow. The voice chat's very delayed. Holy shit.
There's about 10-second delay, I think, on my stream.
Yeah. Gathered.
Nothing I can do about that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of those. So yeah, basically a little podcast, huh? Yeah, just trying to get the grits of Valhalla because it's whole different mechanics and all that. So.
I've
And
been
also,
I've been told.
That's really bad. So, how's your warships bashing doing?
Yeah, been alright. A bit up and down.
Hmm.
I was gonna
Career game, really.
grind really hard for the Lenin, but then I just gave up.
The landing didn't seem really worth it because it's like the event. It's event only.
Plus, as well, it's I know that they'll probably bring it out on sale like later on. So
That yeah, it'll be in the premium tech tree, so it's just like not really the point.
I'm definitely up for grinding for the Missouri though. Yeah, there's the torpedoes. Knew they were coming.
So, speaking of warships, how are you finding the carriers? Which is quite obviously a big subject for because you know it's been about 2 years since the game release, and
Yeah, tier 3. I didn't get on with tier 3.
the Langley it was different. I gotta say it's a lot different because I'm used to like before warships came out. Hold on, Mikey. Let me explain. So I'm basically used to the old way of what they was planning to do. Is basically you got to send coordinated attacks like they do on Blitz, but I wasn't prepared for you got to get it yourself, and I'm not getting along with that. You got to keep it a certain velocity to keep them in a float, you know. But in a way, I'm kind of glad because then it gives the anti-air guns a bit of a purpose.
Yeah, the anti-air guns are a lot better now at shooting down the spy planes as well.
Yeah. It's just more. It's to me. It's just more giving them a purpose, really.
Yeah.
Because when they first came out on the alpha beta stage, they used to display like how much anti-air and they actually had on the ship, and now they're giving more purpose. So in a way, that's kind of a smooth move.
Yeah. How am I gonna get this bay in here?
I'm surprised Kenny's not joining the little small talk podcast thing you got going on here.
I got a New York here with me, and he's doing nothing. Nothing.
Oh, yeah, it's the typical warships. They don't give a fuck. But
oh, thank God for that.
Have you not noticed another thing, Mikey? The growth of the group page on Facebook.
On
I think
what?
in the last Facebook, the warship group that I'm in.
Oh yeah.
I'm in of.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
Over the past, I think it's about a month or so, about 200 more people has joined that group. So it's a lot change.
I'm dead.
Rip.
Yeah, fucking get ripped.
Oh. Oh, this is quite gory to say it's Assassin's Creed. I mean, I'm used to the blood, but like the limbs, that's quite cool. Holy shit.
So as I was saying, the tier 3, the tier 3s in general, I didn't get on with. I found them a bit.
Like,
found-
the Langley and
Is it Ryoko? I think it is. Is that the tier 3?
something like that. I don't know. I don't keep up with half this what's going on, but usually I keep up, but not this time.
Yeah. So, and then, but the tier 5s, I found the tier 5s really good. Both countries tier 5 was pretty decent.
Oh, you're talking about the USS Ranger and
That was the Ryoko, the tier 5. I think that's how you pronounce it.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Miyoko's the cruiser.
No, it was I can't remember how you pronounce it. Is it?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the Miyoko is the tier like
No,
tier 6.
Ryoko. Not it
That's
starts
the
with an R.
Miyoko.
Ryoko, yeah.
Yeah, but you said the Miyoko. That's cruiser.
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing things right today. But if I'm remembering correctly, I think we'll get the Lexington at tier 7 on the carriers, which I'm looking forward to.
I mean, I've already heard rumors already. There is talks of USS, what is it? The Enterprise becoming a legendary carrier when it actually is released. So when they officially being released, the Enterprise is going to be the legendary you got to earn through the research.
Yeah, why am I not surprised?
Which I can see happening.
Yeah, I can see Ark Royal or Graf Zeppelin becoming a campaign ship for definite. Because
we'll see.
That's a tier. It's a tier 6 in PC, so it'll be a tier 5. So it might be like a halfway campaign ship, like the Yahagi was. So. Oh my God! There he is.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on, Kenny? Welcome to the little podcast of our friend Mikey Boy over here. So today's session, we're talking about where the warships and where it's standing right now.
Talking about carriers.
Of course.
Yeah, and I heard you guys say that about the tier 3s felt a little underwhelming. I felt the tier 5s were much better.
Oh, the USS Ranger.
Yeah.
And
Rio, I believe is how you pronounce it. I believe I'm.
Yeah, either Rio or Ryoko depends how the if they're silent letters or not.
Right.
So we have a little podcast. So yeah.
But I'm hoping that they follow through with what they're doing. They did on PC, which is I'm hoping they're going to make the Graf Zeppelin or the Ark Royal a campaign premium ship. If they don't, then it'll be interesting to see. But we all know that they'll make the first one the first campaign ship when the carriers come out a carrier anyway. But it just depends which one it's going to be. So.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I had one of my guys in the stream yesterday by me going out there and asking me if he figures there was he's hell-bent on they're not going to bring high tiers until they do another test event. And I go, I don't feel they'll do that at all.
No, they won't. They'll bring it.
Yeah, no, because it's already been pushed off longer than it should have been. They should have been here already.
Yeah.
So they want to get these out. So they've been, props to them, for everything they've been doing, considering the lockdowns they've been dealing with over there and people working at home and all this other stuff. The content that they have been repeatedly bringing us during this entire thing has been second to none, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They've done a great job considering the circumstances,
Yeah.
Like,
they get my vote on that. They get my vote on that.
So while we're talking about the carriers, Kenny, as a content creator, how did you feel about the mechanic of the planes and the bombing runs, and having to keep certain velocity and the when you're about to shoot, your anti-air has now have a purpose?
I feel it's good. Just overall, it's good. The AA is actually quite powerful.
Yeah.
Quite powerful. The only thing that I found in being any sort of a glitch, if you will, was did any of you guys test out the recon planes? Not the ones that
you mean the ones that protect the plane?
Yeah, the ones that I think you call them.
I think I know what you're on about. The one that gives you basically the shell grouping. Yeah, 10%. Yeah, I know what you're on about.
I believe it was it's the one when you're in the carrier, because I think it was the left directional button, It showed the airplane with the radio next to it, and then they spawned in right where you are. And the idea is they're supposed to patrol the area. Froggy was the one, Condemned Froggy was the one that brought it up to me. He's like, Kennedy, try it once. I want to see if it's just happening to me or if that's what it is. He goes, but I think the health pool is broken on him. And he showed me, and sure as hell, if you were anywhere near an enemy and you called them in, instantly dead. They had no health pool. Spawn, boom, and they're blown out of the sky. Like, holy crap. I'm like, okay, there's no way that's right.
Well, we have already identified. When I say we, I mean we as a community on the Legends. Have already identified what we would class as the broken ships in the game. One of them being the Texas, and the other one being the Atlanta.
Well, to be honest, though,
the AA, how many planes it kills a game.
Okay, so. Well, we all, to be fair though, Mike, we all knew this was going to be common because the Americans of this time of the period did have a lot of anti-air because they knew Japan was going to strike, so they was like ready to step ahead. This is what they was designed for, though. But so what they've done, they traded in the sub battery for anti-air. That's what really they've done.
That's true. I mean, the Americans have always been known to have strong AA. But, you know, like I said, in this case, too, I mean, if what it is what they're claiming, which is they didn't change the AA at all. It's just now it's functioning the way it should. But they obviously changed something because now look at going into a standard game. You go into a standard game, your spotting plane is up and it's a laser show at the thing now, where before it was like pot, trying to shoot it out of the sky. Now it's just like fire everything.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what really amazes me though, the carriers are now the scouts, because we've been pointed 2 years up as destroyers, as the scouts and the infiltrators. Now it's the carriers taking over.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The carriers are becoming the spotting force.
The new scouts, because because you've got to control the actual planes, not setting coordinates like what they do on Blitz. It's a whole different system.
You know, and I guess I don't have I mean, I've middled around with Blitz. I cannot say I have any real time into it or anything like that. But so tell me, how does the carriers play in that? Is it play? Because I've heard from, I don't know if it was the first release of PC, something along those lines, where it was a
okay, so
RTS where you just control the teams went out and they attacked on whatever you wanted them to attack.
Yeah, sorry to intrude there, Ken, when you was in your speech. So basically, the Blitz is quite closely identical to the way PC used to be. So when carriers came into the World of Warships PC, you had to set 3 coordinates, and your bombing runs will go to those locations and drop the bombs. Now they decide to go, okay, they're not really enjoying that mechanic, so why not let them guide them? So this is what they've done, and you know what? Been positive since. But okay, so when I first done the airstrike mode, I was actually really confused what I was playing because.
Thanks for that, host.
I'll be right back. No problem. I'll be right back.
No problem. All right, take your time. So as I said, it's a whole different because I'm used to the Blitz way of guiding the carriers with bombing runs. You know, you got set coordinations, and your planes will go there.
Well,
it's a whole different system.
Yeah, well, I have a explanation for why it is like that on Blitz, because the phone, believe it or not, does not have the CPU core usage to actually do that. Whereas the computer version of it and console, now PC is excellent. I'm not going to slag off PC. The way that they shoot their guns, the way that the carriers perform. Now I have played carriers on the PC. That's all I played. As soon as I unlocked them, I got up to tier 5 on the
American.
American.
Common.
Yeah, the American, because I couldn't get to the British. And I enjoyed it. It was great. Now, for those that are watching the stream, I'm looking at the most broken ship in the game for AA. This, I don't know what it is about the Atlanta. I mean, looking at the sides, it ain't got that many guns, right? I mean,
Don't be deceived.
and then if I flick over to, I've got people probably thinking to themselves, well, hang on a minute there, Mikey, why ain't this ship got a massive AA? Well, I'll tell you for why, because I have not seen it played with any carriers yet, and it's the Yamato. Look at the amount of AA that is on that. It's got this stupid amount of AA. But like I said, ain't played with carriers yet, so I can't tell you. But Texas is one of the most broken battleships in the game for AA. I'll flick over to it and I'll just show you what I'm on about. I know you're probably going to say you don't agree, but I do.
can't say personally, I've never took the Texas in the airstrike yet. I mean, I've took some of the German battleships, like I forgot what it's called, like the Koning and all that. Do you know what? It feels absolutely weird, but it's nice to see the actual anti-aircrafts go brrr, like you would have done in World War II. You know.
I've just hid the hood, and I have just I'm overlooking. And if you look at the one side of the Texas, I'm counting. I'm still counting after 20. I'm counting about 25, maybe 25 guns, AA guns on one side, and that's not including the ones that are on the second turret as well. This gun, the guns, the AA guns on this chip are broken. They're broken. They shouldn't even be allowed in the game. They're illegal. They should be illegal.
I mean, now that the carriers are like, from what I've seen on feedback from the content creators like T-Ball, Spartan, I think they will be coming very soon. I'll sorry to say, sometime I think they're gonna get like the first like cup, up to tier 3, 4, then up to VAT 5, I'll say. Then 6 and 7 will start to come out once they get possibly more outlook. But I think it has changed a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the AA before, you just used to see black smoke just appearing by the planes. Now you actually see the fire coming from your ship actually hitting the planes, actually destroying them. I mean, like I said, I'm back in the Texas again on here now. We're having a look, and the amount of AA guns that is on this ship is it's ridiculous. It shouldn't even be allowed.
Yeah, but like Kenny said. Way Americans thought back then, they sacrificed sub-guns, sub-batteries for anti-air because they knew how evil the Japanese Navy were for bombing fleets. So if you're going to fight fire with fire, you want to sacrifice something to give something to counter that, wouldn't you? That's exactly what they did.
But the Texas was built with this many AA on it already. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And then it was upgraded.
Remember that. Well, you think about this. Imagine what the California would have been like, because that was pretty much nearly identical. That would have been.
It would not. It wouldn't have been identical to the Texas, no, but it would have been. Yeah, it would have been.
I mean, have you talked the thickness out? Because I know she's quite slow and all that, big, fat, and slow. But have you seen like her anti-air work or? No,
I haven't took her out. Never took her out during the campaign. During the test event either, which I was quite disappointed in myself for, mainly because she's that slow.
You could experiment, like.
Oh, I will.
Or something?
Oh, I'll take her out when I'll definitely be playing her when the carriers come out. 100%. Like.
Can you still? Do you know in the airstrike can you actually use her still?
I don't think the airstrike's available. They've took it off now. So, the test event's over, so.
For what I've heard, there's going to be another test event coming soon, but this is where the bigger ones are coming, like tier 6 and 7s.
Yeah, I want the Lexington, man. I want it. It will be going in my. In a
way, port. I'm kind of glad that they are came because in a test event, because I'm getting a bit frustrated with the camping and.
Yeah, the campaign's getting a bit boring now, I think.
Yeah.
Massachusetts was great, but she's a South Dakota class, and we've already got South Dakota in the game. Missouri, the only reason why I'm going to grind for the Missouri is because she's the ship that the treaty was signed on. Do you know what I mean? It's that ship. She's just an Iowa class, and I'm pretty sure we've had. Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of versions of the Iowa that have come out. So
To me, I actually thought the Massachusetts just based in relation to the Iowa, but I don't think it is.
no, it's a South Dakota class.
No, because when I looked at the design, like the frontal guns, the sub guns, it did resemble the Iowa. It actually true. I think it is based on. No, yes, even though it's South Dakota class, but if you look at the characteristics, it does resemble part of the Iowa. Maybe they took the design a little bit, but made it a bit different. What I'm trying to say is design, the looks of it does resemble quite a bit of the Iowa.
That Phoenix is going back to port. Yeah, bye-bye.
Enemy cruiser destroyed.
If you
No.
look at the placements of the sub guns and the main turrets, you'll see what I'm saying. It does look a bit like an Iowa, but even though it's not,
No, it's
totally
not.
different shit.
Mhm.
But you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, so with all the ships that came out, like, no, but like with all the new ships that came out, so in terms of the development team, I'm really happy with what they've done so far for the 2 years that they've come out with. I mean, especially the British. I mean, we all know the British was very underused. I mean, it's still, bear in mind, the British are still quite popular in the game, but I'm getting a lot of people saying, "Oh, how bad the British battleships are," but people need to understand, the British battleships are trading something for something. Like Americans got armor with good APs. Now we're more agile than them with dangerous HEs. Now this is the thing. People think if you're a battleship,
Nikolai's dead, mate. Sorry,
like,
go
like
on.
I was saying, like so I was having a bit of discussion with one of my friends who plays warships, and he did not like the British battleships. He is like saying how they were bad, they're shit, you know. It's like, oh, the APs are garbage. Well, in truth, the APs are garbage on it.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know why? Right. What tier did he get up to?
He was on, I think he was on the Vanguard.
Well, he obviously didn't. He obviously didn't play the
Conqueror.
no, the King George V, because King George V is not an AP. It's a HE. It's HE all day.
Right. When I looked on the characteristics and perks, all of them excel in HE penetration. All of them. All from the Orion to the Vanguard, all specialize in HE.
Yeah.
But some of them have better penetration than others. Now, and this is why I kept telling them, you need to stay to HE because you're a supported battleship. You're not there to brawl because your armor is actually pretty garbage compared to an American. You have to be a support. You're like a second-class battleship.
Yeah.
So I class more of a dreadnought than I do a battleship. Because battleship's more thick. British are more dreadnought.
Well, I mean, take the Queen Elizabeth and the California, for example, and you put them against each other. There ain't no way you're beating a California and a Queen Elizabeth unless you're using HE. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, so Micah, when you first came to the warships, what was your first nation that you would recommend to any other person coming to your stream, saying, what would you recommend to a starter? What would you go with?
United States of America. Battleships. Straight away, bang. Honestly, they are the best of the best of the best if they're played right. If they're played right.
Battleship terms, I would say yes, but in terms of balancement, like jack of all trades, I would definitely say German.
Oh yeah, German would be my next one. I mean, this is coming from me when I first started the game. Do you know what I mean? I played
when I first started
the Americans.
I started with the British because
Yeah.
I started with British. That's kind of interesting.
sorry,
I mean, I didn't get very far with American tech tree. I think I only got to like the tier 3 with Americans at the time.
What are you
But I
doing,
just
man?
thought
What are you
I
doing?
just felt the
Iowa,
British was a bit more me.
Iowa was my first tier 7. Oh my god. But I mean, going back to what you're saying about it all depends what role you want to play. I mean, if you want to get in there, you want to brawl, you want to go for German. If you want to sit back and snipe, like, you know, then go for American. Americans snipe all day long, all
Yes.
day.
That's why I think it's funny when you know you get people that go out there and play the Germans and go, well, I built my Bismarck for range. Well, why?
No.
You know, and then go, well, and it's not getting good. It's getting penetrated too much. Yeah, because you're staying out at range, and I'm able to put my Iowa shells through your deck. That's why. You know, because everybody's like, you know, they'll go out there and go, well, you know, everybody talks about it has great armor. This thing's getting penned all the time. Yeah, the armor doesn't work till you get close. When I have to try to shoot you through the hull, then it's working. It's not going to work out because I've had it happen with a Gneisenau. I had a Gneisenau
Yeah.
out at what? Probably 16, 18 broadside. Shot at him with an Alabama, double Citadel through the deck right off the beginning of the match. I'm like, that guy's pissed right now.
What, like, what, you actually ammo detonate him, or you just completely annihilated his Citadel?
It was double Citadel. He wasn't dead, but he went from full health down to about a quarter.
Oh, he felt the pain when you struck
Yes,
him.
he did. Yes, he did.
Well, we are.
I mean, when I first saw the Bismarck come in, right, you know what? I was hyped because, you know, we all know, right, okay, yes, but it was because it's got full of history between Britain and Germany. But what people need to understand, all right, at this time, Germany didn't design the blueprint to the ships. They made it, but they followed the guidelines from the Britain. Because the reason they struck Britain is because Britain had the largest naval fleet of Europe,
Mhm.
and they knew we was a threat to their campaign. And that's why they struck us. Because think about it this way: Britain was the very first country to develop a tank, was the very first nation to develop machines for factory work. They didn't. That's what people need to think. Don't underestimate because we're a small country. We were very nasty with our technology.
We also technically built the dreadnoughts first as well, because half the continents in the world asked us to build them for them.
But think about it this way: Britain's been building their battleships since the 1600s.
Pretty much.
Right.
We've been building our ships since, you know what I mean? So, but America, I gotta say, America's got the better superiority comes to armor, but underestimation, I think Britain.
Right, so we are going to take just a small second here to talk about armor on battleships. Right, now.
As in the tailback perk, like to talk about that on
No,
battleships.
no, I'm talking about armor. Armor. Now I've got the armor viewer. I can finally talk about it. Now, going back to what Kennedy was saying about Iowa. Iowa is built for long range.
Yep.
And the armor on her, that shows because front and rear armor is between 29 and 33. Is it inches? I think it's inches or millimeters. I think it's inches, isn't it?
Millimeters.
Millimeters. Okay, there we go. And then you've got the Citadel sort of. No, oh, it's not Citadel, is it? It's more the command deck area is sort of sitting at about 25, 26 millimeters, and then you've got the conning tower. I think you would probably say it is as
the
400.
superstructure you're on about.
Yeah, I'm looking at the top of it, and there's a little red bit with
Yeah.
purple on. That's 400 to 999 millimeters thick. Now, if we go next to the Japan, you'll see a massive difference straight away. She is covered head to toe in 34 to 75 millimeter armor on the top. Her Citadel is not even visible above waterline. I can't even see it. I don't even know where it is. And the guns as well. The guns quite good. So yeah, Japan's pretty decent. Now let's go to the British. British is covered head to toe in 34 to 75 millimeter armor. And the guns are highly protected as well, with anywhere between 76 to 399 millimeter. And once again, I can't see the Citadel. Now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose some viewers here by saying this, but I'm gonna go to my favorite nation, the Germans.
Of course.
We'll lose some friends here. I like that. That was good.
Lose.
Oh, it's expected. Like, right, as content creators, we all know, right? This is like what charity. It's like working like a charity worker that people go on your door knocking for charity. You know, to get your support. You know, you got to bring them into you. They come to you if the content is good. You know what I mean?
True.
So it's like I can say it's one of these things about being a content creator. You can't expect them to come to you. You got to get them. You got to get them here. Like,
Now, superstructure is covered in 25 to 26 millimeter armor, with the conning tower covered in 161 to 399 armor. Now, the front and rear end of the ship is covered in 29 to 33 millimeter, and the middle is covered in 34 to 75 millimeter armor. Not that great, but at an angle, it will deflect. It will bounce.
yeah.
Right.
Just like, and again, I'm probably going to lose some friends by saying this, but just like in World of Tanks,
Shit.
the Germans bounce shells. They bounce them all day long. There's no, and stop me if I'm wrong, because I know I'm not wrong, because I've played as a Tiger 131 on that game. I've had people running at me, you know, bouncing shells off me. The only way they can penetrate my arm is by the rear. Anyway, moving on. French. Oh, the French. Where do we start?
Glass cannons. That's what I call.
Yep.
That's to me. That's what they feel like to me. They're quick, but they are kiters. They're glass cannons.
The entire top of the armor is covered in 29 to 33 millimeter armor. The only highly armored part on the ship is the guns. They are the only thing showing up as red, apart from the Citadel underwater and the conning tower. That is it. Okay,
Yeah,
now
I got the stream up going while you're looking at this too. Yeah, I mean, obviously, on most of these ships, the most heavily armored area is going to be the guns because it's the guns.
obviously, but it's like, I mean, and then we're gonna go to the mofos of battleships, the heavy hitters,
Bloody, yeah.
the Russians.
Obviously, the big guys with the big peepees, as my mate calls it.
Yeah.
And
He calls them big peepees.
and again, I mean, and again, you're looking at the front of the ship. If you're watching my stream as well, you'll see that you're looking at the front of the ship, and you're seeing 29 to 33 millimeter armor.
It looks like a German Hulk.
Yeah,
Or Russian Hulk.
it's covered in 29 to 33 millimeter armor. Anything that you shoot anything at that front of that, it's gonna go straight through. It's not even gonna do
This
anything.
is why, as a content creator, when I see the armor of viewer, I just think that is just a camouflage. That's what makes you want to grind it. But then you play the actual ship, you go into battle, you get hit from the side, you're like, this thing's like glass. What the hell is this? Because the thing is, Russians have a very nasty weak point, and that is right between the smokestack, between the actual hull and the smokestack. You hit there, you're gonna get glass for days. Now, Micah, you was there when you saw that, when I actually blown the actual Russian. I think it was the what's the tier 6 Russian battleship out. I was in the tier 5.
Sinop.
Yeah, the Sinop.
Sinop.
You was there with me, and you saw me blow him out the water in one whole salvo. Complete boom.
Because he did a rookie mistake that everybody seems to do in battleships. Stop going broadside. Stop going broadside in a battleship. It's not going to end well for you.
No, never. It never will.
And again, I'm looking at the Tirpitz, and the Tirpitz is better armored than the Bismarck, obviously because of the history. We will go back to history. She was taken back and heavily armored.
Well, I'm gonna be quite honest. We never fought the Tirpitz. It was basically the Bismarck's sister. After the fall of the Bismarck, which is the German battleship, the flagship. They learned what they done. They took the idea of the Gneisenau and put it on a Bismarck hull. You know, they took out the torpedo advantage and put it on the Bismarck. If you look closely, the Bismarck and the Tirpitz had the very same hull.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is
Yes.
the guns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where was I saying? We won't look at the Monarch. We'll look at the Alabama.
So people have been asking, are they brother and sister ship? And yes, they are. It's
They
been
are.
confirmed.
They
They're
are
brother and
sisters.
sister
Oh, yeah.
ship.
They are sisters. God, I mean, I wish
Yeah,
people had stopped
they're-
saying
they're
that.
Yeah, they're both Bismarck class. Is what they are. They're both Bismarck classes.
I mean, I wish everyone would stop. Yeah, I mean,
Got him.
and then if you have a look at the Warspite, which is the Tier 5 British, she's literally covered in 25 to 26 millimeter armor on the top, which doesn't look very good for us.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do is to learn that armor scheme and learn what the better part of your ship is.
Yeah, and again,
Learning how to angle,
uh,
you know, and everything. That's the key.
and
Because,
again,
yes, you know, like you were talking about with the armor scheme on the Tirpitz of the Bismarck, it's that same thing of, oh, the armor's broken. Your broadside, that doesn't deflect anything when the shells are going straight into it. You know, you take a piece of metal and take a gun and shoot at it, it's going to, if you go out there and have the plate straight at you, it's going to either dent it or pierce it.
I
If you
tell.
angle it and shoot the gun at it, it's going to bounce. You know?
I tell every new person that plays battleships, right? I tell them this, right? I say, don't go broadside in the battleship unless they've already fired at you. There's nobody else around, and you can
Yes.
maneuver into broadside and then maneuver out of
Correct.
broadside before.
Correct.
And the prime example of that is the Germans, because they are maneuverable when you play them right. Again.
Yeah.
And the French are also pretty decent at manoeuvring. Again, like going back to the premium ships, you've got the Dunkirk. The Dunkirk literally is covered again with weak front armor. It's going to go straight through your deck.
Mm-hmm.
But she's maneuverable. That she can. I mean, she doesn't even need to be maneuverable because she's got the front guns on the front anyway. But she's that maneuverable that she can do that, and then she can turn to deflect bullets and any shells that are coming at her.
Yeah. What people need to understand, when it comes to being in frontal engagement with the battleship, especially things like the Dunkirk, it's all about the wiggling of the front bow, because we all know the front bow is the strongest part of any ship.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to the total back armor, you need to wiggle to give you a greater chance. Because what people need to understand, it's the exact same mechanic as what a tank is.
Yep.
If you can angle it, that armor will come stronger. And that's what's ricocheting off them.
Right. Correct.
And that's the biggest flaw I've seen a lot of people make.
Yes, I mean, there's people that have done the math to know what caliber can overpen other armors, even angled, because you know the one thing that's really easy for everybody to remember: it doesn't matter if it's a Yamato. Chances are you're not going to bounce it. You need to have some pretty steep angle to try to get that to bounce. Chances are it's going to penetrate you. There's a very high chance it's going to penetrate.
Well, while we're on the subject of Japanese ships, like we haven't mentioned the most OP Tier 5 battleship in the game, which is the Mutsu. It's got 18-inch guns on it. Holy crap!
To be fair, I wouldn't classify it as OP. There is flaws to that ship. Now, we all know it's because of the torpedo advantage. It does get a little bit of advantage, but you got to think about this. Right, the Mutsu was actually a battle cruiser. It was not a battleship. There's a bit of difference between a battleship and a battle cruiser. It was more designed closer to a battle cruiser. So it's a bit like the Scharnhorst, but this is Japanese variant. That's the thing. That's how you should be playing it. So your advantage was the torpedoes in close range combat. So when you're in close quarters, you know, engaging with the battleship, let's say you go against a California and a the Mutsu will drop those torpedoes first in, once it's in the direct angle, to get that advantage, because they'll know exactly if that California actually got side on, all guns are aimed in, boom, bye-bye Mutsu. That's why they...
Right. Yes.
Like, because where the Japanese worked back then, they'd rather have light armor and quick and hit hard. That's the way they work. It was like this with their tanks. They're like this with their battleships.
Yep.
and they do this when it comes to close quarters combat. We all know, like like the samurai, a bit like that. They throw it quick and
your biggest
fast
ones
punishment.
at tier 5 is the Mutsu and the West
Mutsu.
Virginia. And the West Virginia.
I haven't had the
Both
pleasure
them-
of getting the West Virginia yet.
West Virginia is the same thing. 16-inch guns at tier 5. It will mess some things up.
Well,
Now, granted,
technically,
some of that.
go on.
Go
As you were,
ahead.
go on. Oh, go on. You were saying.
No,
Go on.
Okay, it was. I mean, the only other thing is because you get big guns like that, some of the your cruisers and stuff like that, you're gonna start getting overpens because the ships are the shells are so big, hitting smaller ships and thinner ships. You're gonna find yourself getting overpens. But now, suddenly where they're angled, now you can citadel them because that's the other part that people don't understand either. You have to keep in mind arming time of the shells. Where sometimes I've noticed there's some truth to it. Sometimes if you're close, depending on your armor scheme, you're better off being completely broadside in a cruiser because the shells are going to go right through. They're not even going to arm. So you're going to take, obviously you take damage. You're going to take damage anytime you take hits, but that is going to be severely negated because they're going to go right through.
Yep.
Where if you're angled, now where it might come in and have time to travel through the ship, now it's got time to arm, boom, citadel.
Yeah, this is like the speaking of fused detonation. This is like the difference between the normal armor penetration rounds and SAPAM, which we all know the Italians supposed to have this feature because of the time it takes to make that sort of round. They'd rather have it as a commander perk. Now, this is the thing: when you're using SAPAM, it trades penetration for alpha damage. Now, if you think about the SAPAM, work best in pure flat plating. It's like heat rounds. You need flat plating to hit really hard. If it's like, let's say, it's like a beak or triangle beak, like on some Russian tanks like IS-3, it will bounce or won't penetrate because it's the fuse time.
Right, exactly. It's the same thing with, people go out there and they would complain because they didn't know, and I didn't know this either for the longest time. It wasn't until I started playing more cruisers and learning more of the game with the British and the light cruisers, with them only having AP. They're short fuse AP. Those will slice up a DD like nobody's business. They could be sometimes even more destructive than HE.
Oh, absolutely.
On a destroyer. You go out there. I do it with my Fiji. My Fiji, I love. I will just rain that short fuse AP and slice up your superstructure because there's no armor there. So they'll go in, and I built it into penetration and damage. Is the way I built my Fiji, and then just rain shells down through the superstructure, just like you were trying to. If you were shooting HE, that's the other thing I do. I try to tell people, if you watch how I shoot, because when you auto aim, it takes you right to the hull. Yeah. I will always, if I'm shooting HE or I'm in a light cruiser, I will then take that and go up to where I'm right about deck level. So the shells are even if they go to a somewhat flat trajectory, you're hitting high on the ship. Not because if you hit it in the hull, it ain't gonna do shit.
No.
You're not gonna get penetration. You just watch everything bounce and shatter.
No.
You need to get to the soft spot up top. So, and that's why I do the same thing with HE, because the other thing is splash damage with HE. Now you have where if they're not penetrating, but they're hitting and shattering on the superstructure, now you have the potential of starting fires that way.
Yeah.
With the splash damage.
Going back to what when we were talking about big guns on ships.
Yeah, little ships like a DD. Let's example.
You're looking at the Mutsu again, like I was saying. It's got, I think it's like 17, 18-inch guns, something like that.
410mm guns because it's related to the Nagato.
Yeah, 16s.
Well, I don't understand how they can be 16s if they're because the Iowas is not that big. The Iowas is only 380 or something like that.
No, the Iowas is 406.
406.
Yeah. So you're only talking.
Okay,
4mm difference.
4 mm. Yeah.
So anyway. So you're looking at them. You're talking to a guy that took the Massachusetts out on its first try. Saw a Russian just cruiser sailing away, and went, oh okay, shot at him, and penetrated his rear and citadeled him.
Yep.
And again,
Exactly.
the if I pronounce it right, the Megami, the Japanese cruiser.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Mogami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also penetrated that as well.
Yes.
When it
Yeah,
was
that's-
when it runs away. The worst thing you can do in a cruiser is run away. You need to use your bow armor, but you need to realize that it's not going to protect you forever. So you got to pick your opportunities to move.
Yeah, your best thing is I mean, that's the one beauty to the American light cruisers is they have very short rudder times, so you can dance. The best thing to do is get that butt wiggling, so that at least if the shells hit, now they're hitting on a side, and then you're bringing it back around. You know, not giving up, because if you go, you get in the same process where you go, oh shit, I oversteered, and then pow, that's when you're gonna get slammed.
Yeah.
Because now you gave up too much, and you're getting your penetration angles now become higher because the bigger the shell. Now it's easier to go through that side.
I mean, if you really want to talk about getting that rear end wiggling, try playing Benham, the destroyer.
The Benham. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Three. I mean, and before anybody wants to comment going, or anyone wants to slander me saying, it's not just the rudder time, it's also the reload time, it's also the traverse speed as well. You're talking, you can literally left, right, and your guns will follow you while you're doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So you can literally go, you can broadside. I know
that's some of the other ones that people were complaining about were, and it was explained on the dev stream, which I went, oh, that makes so much more sense, especially when you look at something like the Ohotnik. Where they're
the Russian destroyed the Ohotnik.
Yeah, where they're not in an enclosed turret. They even said those guns used to be turned manually by hand. So yeah, they're not going to spin really fast. They're not motorized. They're playing them like if they were manned. So that's kind of cool in that aspect, but it's one of those where, and that's the same thing like you were just talking about with the Japanese cruiser. Some of this stuff comes from balance. The other part of it is everything has its strong and its weakness and its weak points. Again, balance.
Yes.
But
certain roles for certain classes.
Correct. And nations too, because the one thing that we all know the Japanese cruisers have in most cases. I think even in an Aoba, I believe it's deemed a heavy cruiser based on the gun size.
The Aoba, let's have a look. I'm right on the Japanese texture right now. Let me have a look. Yeah. So
I think you got to be 203s to be deemed heavy.
So that's 3x2, 203 millimeters. Yeah, it's classic. Okay, so this is more of it's basically like to me. This is like a light cruiser with big alpha guns. Like it's a bit like difference between the tier 5 American heavy cruiser thing, but it's got the Citadel Sadness. You know what I mean?
Pensacola.
Yeah, the Pensacola. This is the exact same situation with this one, but I've noticed the Aoba has better resistances. I mean, I've barely ever been Citadel. I mean, I have been Citadel, but not as much as I've been in the Pensacola.
No,
I reckon the Aoba's got better resistances when it comes to that sort of thing.
I mean, a good one to look at is go look at the armor stream of the Pensacola. The reason that thing gets penetrated and Citadel so much is it's like 70% Citadel. There's a lot of these ships where the Citadel's literally right in the middle. This thing goes from under the first gun to under the rear gun. That's 80% of the ship. You get hit anywhere in there, angled, whatever, it's going to hurt. I mean, you cannot, people go out there and I got my first hate mail that way. I was in a Helena behind an island and I'm raining, and this guy pushed up in a Nagato and I'm raining HE shells on him and he sent me hate mail. And it's that coward hiding behind an island. I'm like, do you realize what I'm in? You're in a Nagato. If I pulled out, you're going to blow me into oblivion. There are certain ships that, yes, they're supposed to stay there. Staying in the back, let your battleships be up front. Try to get somebody to draw the fire off of you. And then you rain behind them.
What you're basically doing there, I was going to say Kennedy, is what seems what some tanks are known in here is called ridge lining. Instead of you on ridge lining, you're actually aiming down. You're actually peeking around like, I see you, bang. You know what I mean? You're like being like a
Right.
destroyer, but you're more an anti-ship. That's what you're supposed to do. And you know, being a light cruiser for American thing, what's this saying? It's more quantity over quality. So with you using equilibrium power, your HE penetrates a lot more. And if you think about it, if that HE actually hits on the actual deck of the ship, you know, actually, or just where the smokestack is, you hit the deck, you're going to get a set of flame. This is the thing.
Right.
And most battleships are very clumsy. I've seen this a lot. They don't think a minute. They just think, just sail ahead, just go ahead, you know, go for the Leroy Jenkins. You know, they don't really think. And this is where the DDs and cruisers like to pick you up, because they're gonna do everything in their power to stop you from the advancement. Now, this is why I love the fact they brought the carriers in, because now DDs, we all know, most DDs will tend to use their smokestack and conceal themselves.
Yeah.
We all know it to be
Right.
true. That's the whole
Yeah.
point of the carriers being there, to give you that information. So now, because the battleships go, all right, I see you, bang. So
Yeah.
now,
Exactly.
Yeah, and I
now
saw
they're
that a
gonna
lot.
be more challenged. Now the DDs are now going to be more challenged with their smokestack. Now, considering, now look at the Italian differences with their smokes, they're more 30-second puffs only. Now they are
Yes.
now going to be thinking now, like when to pop it. Now, because I noticed when I used to see DDs in the fight, they tend to puff it first, then try and stop. And when they're going full speed ahead, you remember the engine takes a lot of time to power down, and they're coming out, and that's their biggest problem. And that's where the carriers are going to come in with the HE bombs and just go bomb, bang.
Yeah, I learned the lesson the very hard way about doing that with the British cruisers, because they can get up and go. They cannot stop worth a damn. The smoke is not on British. That is a, I'm set and I'm, oh God, somebody's firing at me. Pop the smoke and then start to move, but go slow. You know, if you're going in reverse, fine. If you're going forward, no more than about quarter speed, and let the smoke creep with you. Because I had it where I was in Belfast, I'm maneuvering, I'm popping smoke, but now I'm powering down, and all of a sudden here I get whacked. I'm like, son of a, and it's because I outrun the smoke. And Froggy was the one that told me. He said, yeah, he said, do not. He's like, that is a, when you're set, pop the smoke. Don't try to. It's not like a battle or a DD where you can pop the smoke while you're running, and then within the last 10 seconds start powering down, and you'll come to a stop before the smoke runs out. So the British, everything has its own play style, and I really wish everybody would not go out there and criticize everything and this is trash and this is, you just might not be good at it. It's not saying you're a good player. It's just, it's not your forte, you know?
It's like I said, I've been playing World of Tanks before World of Warships came in. I played World of Tanks since it came out on 360. Now, I played every single class from artillery to destroyer, light tanks, which I know I can't play for donkey shit. I ain't gonna be perfectly, I ain't gonna admit it. I cannot play light tanks. I get frustrated. I managed to find something that really suited me, which was medium tanks, things like the M26 Pershing to M48-5 Patton. I found something that really stuck me because their role was really good. You're like a support sniper. Like, I'm supporting the destroyers that are mostly vulnerable. Let's say the Russian destroyers, because they in the game don't have really best view range when it comes to spotting. And they're giving them that information, so they're able to counterattack. That's something I like. When it comes to gaming example, I'm not a very good solo player. I perform better as a team. Now, and I've seen this a lot on World of Tanks as well as World of Warships. There's barely any teamwork. It's all, you know, Leroy James gunning for yourself, you know, that sort of thing. This is something I reckon they need to start improvising and start making choices how to teamwork, how to explain how each class works, you know?
Right. Now, I'll bring this up, seeing as how I got the stream going and I'm watching you in the Scharnhorst like you were just shooting at the shores. That's another thing some people...
He's doing better than ice.
Should take better notation of is, like, I noticed it when I was playing the Russian cruisers. You don't have any armor. So HE will slice them up just as much as AP will. If you're not getting the damage, switch to HE. If guns are big enough, they're still going to penetrate the armor, or I should say lack of armor, because I don't know. I don't know, Kyle, if that was you that said it in my stream. Somebody did. Somebody went out there and
What?
said with the Russians, they were like, armor? No. Lives are cheaper than armor.
I was gonna say it definitely wasn't me because I don't have a wife. You know what I mean? But yeah, but one thing I'm definitely noticing a lot when it comes to World of Warships is map awareness. Now, this is a very key
Yep.
thing we all need, and they're mostly playing a lot of flaws. Like we all know the D just do the Russian thing, infiltrate, try and spot, and I'm having a lot of hard time with battleships backlining. I'm like, I know some battleships don't have the very best, like we all know the British don't. But you shouldn't be sniping in it. You should be at least behind something with armor. Let's say a California, and I'm there in the Queen Elizabeth. I'm just there behind you because we all know the California she's thick. You know what I mean? She's slow.
yeah.
And
Yep.
this is where the Queen Elizabeth could really help the California by being her flank, Before,
Yes.
even though you're a battleship, but you can perform a cruiser. Even though, you know what I mean?
Right.
Even though you're a battleship, you can perform like a bit like a cruiser. Because you've got the mobility.
Exactly, because the
Talking of
California
fitness.
does not. I have gone out there and it's just for me because I'm used to playing faster, more maneuverable battleships when it comes to California. I still play it like everything else. You'll see me go up and down with the speeds, and I'm going, Justin, what are you doing? This thing is slow as dirt no matter how fast you go. This isn't making any bit of difference.
No.
But it's second nature, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all about your build as well. Because, like, if you've seen, like, Spartan, like, I remember Spartan when he first played the game. Oh, boy, he was not... Bear in mind, he was just started his YouTube. He didn't have many people. I think at the time when I was watching, when I first found him, he had about 500 followers. Thanks to... Because he used to play with the tanks. He was there with a guy called... what's his name? Clone Guy. Who played a little bit of Warships. He didn't like the game because... It's a totally different background. But what I love about Wargame is the history behind the actual game. Like, each ship had its own participations, what it did, roles. You learn things. That's what the thing I like about Wargame games. Learning. Advancing your own skills.
Yeah, it is. It's its own... Everything has its own, like I said, positives and negatives, and it's the best thing you can do is you yourself figure out what your strong suit is and play that.
Like, I've always been a medium base, so I know I'm as a player of what tanks for like 4 years on Xbox One, and since it released on 360, I've always been a medium guy. This is why I stuck to cruisers.
Yeah, right.
Because it's the exact same role. Now, cruisers are more your flankers. They are the jacks of all trade. Battleships are there to stop, and your destroyers are there to suppress the... Now, this is the thing. Most battleships are very aggressive. Now, we all know this. The DDs are there as a tank destroyer, a bit like a destroyer, because the torpedoes will hit you absolutely hard. We've seen this to be true.
I'm sorry.
Like
Don't be like
Japan.
I just one shot at him. He's gone. 27,500 damage, double Citadel.
Yeah, as I say, Canada. We all know, like DDs. We all know they are the snipers. They're going to use every amount of concealment they're going to use, and their torpedoes, and they are going to do the biggest war span to stop the battleships from actually pushing in, because they will be aggressive.
That's their job, and spotting, and capping bases.
Until the cars get full released, then they get released up there doing it. Then we all know. Then the next stage forward is the... Speaking of this, submarines. Now, this is going to be a very interesting subject.
God.
We all know this is going to be a very interesting subject. Because we all know the submarines are the absolute scouters. With their dive ability and torpedoes only. It's going to be very, very crucial. They are going to be the light scouts.
Yes.
They are going to be eventually the lights. So everyone's got to be adapting to everything that they're going to bring in. Now, as a developer, I'm going to say this, for 2 years I've been there since the release, I've been very happy with what they've done. I like the fact it's not so pay to win, because and I find it's quite really amazing that they come up with a texture where you can actually research legendary tanks or warships and stuff. I think this is something they should have put into World of Tanks, but they didn't. This is their
No, they
own
put contracts in instead. They put
feature.
contracts in instead, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much, yeah. Well, you
What
just
was-
explained it
what's
just
that?
then.
I've never played tanks, so explain that one to me. What do you?
Okay, so contracts. Okay, so so before.
Basically,
Okay, so
basically, long story short, right? You do a set amount of challenges, right? Like for example, but you can only complete them in a certain tank. For example, a tier 3 to 5 American tank, for example. Then you have to do this challenge, right? And then there's
I don't
another.
want to sound disrespectful, man. Do you want me to explain this since I'm the tanker here?
Well,
So okay. So contracts have been come out since World of Tanks console for mercenaries. So each contract you take on, depending on what tier it is, they have certain requirements from certain classes, certain nations. Each one provides a certain a goal, and every time you complete the goal, it'll go towards that contract. Once you complete it, you move to the next stage, and the next stage, and next stage. Eventually, you earn that tank for free.
Okay.
So it's a bit like how you got, like, you need the tech trees to research. It's a bit similar to your researching right now. Said you don't have it over time, you got to earn it. It's a bit similar of what you're doing now. Now, since the 6.0, it's a whole change of the game. From when you was on my stream, kind of, you saw what it was like. It was quite rough. It was a bit weird. Like the UI was completely weird. Now, if you look at when you look at the very start to this mod, the 5.0 to 6.0, you see a whole lot of different. It's a complete different game because the development team of the World of Tanks console did one problem. They brought in too many things clustered into one big patch, and it kind of made a load of players leave the game and go into something else. Well,
Okay.
when
That was what I kind
okay.
of heard with when they brought in high tier tanks. That was where it really broke everything. It kind of broke the game.
It weren't exactly the high tier tanks that basically killed it. It was the development team insulting the fan base. Okay, so when 6.0 came out, the 5.0 came out. Basically, what they done was when I told you about the crossplay where you could play with PS4 and Xbox Live all into one. That was a big step forward. Then 6.0 came out. It was a complete different game. We all know. Do you know about the Mighty Jingles?
Yeah. Yes, I know of him. Yes.
Okay. He did a Reddit review on it, and he got so much negativity as the worst game out.
What?
They done? Because they completely what they done. The UI is completely off a dead game called Armored Warfare. No one plays that game anymore.
Oh God! Don't get me started on Armored Warfare, mate. That game's trash.
Right, Mikey. Let me explain. Yeah, they completely completed the UI after that. Okay. Then they asked the forums for the feedback on 6.0, and what really drove most of the fan base away from World of Tanks is the fact that the development team said the fan base was lying. We're lying about 6.0 as a good thing they've done. What is the worst thing you could do to your fan base that kept you going?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why most of all the fan base went. Now, World of Tanks now is struggling because, and most of all the tankers that I noticed have gone away from the game, gone to like Call of Duty, Battlefield, all the major other things, and it's struggling because now the player base are very blunt and stupid. They're not thinking. It's not it's not strategy anymore. You know?
Yeah,
it's a lot
right.
harder.
Right.
And this is why and I've seen a lot of this. I'm going to say to our World of Tanks group, the Warships group. I've noticed in the past month we've gotten at least about another 200 members. Because when I was on the Facebook group that we're in, it was on 1,100. Now we're pushing to 1,400 people. So it's lost a lot of fan base. I mean, when 5.8 came out, right? When crossplay came out was a thing. It was 20,000 people per server. So went from when 4,000 people came in before the crossplay 5.0 came, it was about 8,000 per server. 5.0 came out, 20,000 per server. 6.0 came out, gone back to 8,000 people per server. They lost a lot of fan base.
Right.
And that's a lot of income. Now,
Yeah, right.
Most of those loyal players are now worried if they keep going where they're going, what tanks want is this on console.
Okay.
That's the big worry.
Yeah, but they have
Yeah, and I
revitalized the
know-
game. They've revitalized it with the new update.
Yeah, basically the new update is basically the curse of the actual game.
Hmm.
Who's left?
Not exactly. There's a lot of things they need to work on. There's been ever since they've done the weekly updates. There's been more bugs. They're not willing to update. There's been a lot of problems. Like when it first came out, all your tanks had to be readjusted. Like the crew system. Like you think about this, right? You've been playing for 7+ years, right? These are all the big people. You put in 7 years worth of effort on playing crews, training them up for 21 skills. Then all of a sudden, 6.0 came out, and you've gone back to 9. So for 9 selections to keep you in the prime in terms of like survivability, mobility, reload, and stuff like that. All the key skills from 21 skills down to 9, and all you got was a couple of thousand or a couple of 100,000 free experience and a silver. How would you feel?
Right. Yeah.
All that grinding just for that. You're gonna feel disappointed that you just don't want to play the game.
Right.
That's exactly what's happened. Like, if I was in wargaming, I'm going to turn this damn thing around. I would say this is a disaster because what they did is rushed it. I'd rather have something delayed and unrushed, than rushed and lose fan base.
Right. And that's where I kind of was with on the basis of the whole thing with the carriers. There were so many people that didn't want it and blah, blah, blah. But the positive, the overall reaction I got from it with this test event was surprisingly very positive. People went out there and went, "Oh, this isn't so bad." I'm like, "Yeah, well, that's kind of what we were trying to tell you." But everybody's got a bad taste in their mouth from PC, so that's why.
Oh yeah, we all knew this was coming. We all know what's going to be coming our way anyway. We all knew this was coming because we signed up for it, didn't we? With the beta and alpha, the test period. We knew this was coming. In a way, I'm really glad they're coming.
Yeah, get rid of all the destroyers, man. The destroyers are just ruining the game. There's so many destroyers.
Right.
It ain't like I'm saying. It ain't just the destroyers that's the problem. It's also the battleship, the sniping little battleships, cruisers, DDs.
Yep. It forces more people to start moving. You're not going to sit behind the island forever now.
I mean, you could, but it'd be risky.
But, exactly. It's all about now with a high risk, high reward kind of a thing, you know. But you have a lot of, the biggest thing, especially now getting into high tiers, Kagero, Udachi, Lightning. You have a lot of, and now bringing in Shimakaze. I'm like, you got to bring in something to, because what you have here now is you have nothing to keep those low detectability, high output damage destroyers. You have nothing to keep them in check.
Yeah.
And the carriers will keep them in check.
Yeah, because we all know, right, that the Udachi can put out fucking 16 torps in about.
Did you say the Udachi, the overpowered destroyer?
Yeah, no, hang on. We all know that Udachi can put out 16 torps in about 10 seconds with its reload perk.
With the reload booster.
That is and if you're playing on for example, Big Brother, is it called Big Brothers? The one with the 2 islands. If you get some battleships, two, that's it. Sorry, 2 brothers. If you get 2 battleships in that between them islands, and you spit 16 torpedoes down that island, you know you're gonna hit some. You know you're gonna hit them.
That's very true.
And now every time I see Udachi on the ocean, I'm gonna kill you with fire. I don't care how quick you are. I'm gonna pop every HE into your ass.
And
you're gonna be a Udachi.
And going.
Division, you are cancer.
I'm
gonna be.
I'm also gonna say this as well on the subject of overpowered destroyers. Has nobody mentioned the Kamikaze? Kamikaze is overpowered for tier 4.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, it's the same thing. That thing.
Wait
is,
a minute.
That thing is
Hard is just as
ridiculous.
bad.
It's
Wait.
hang on. Hear me out first. 6 torpedoes, right? 35-second reload time. That is as much time as it takes to reload a battleship gun, right? That is disgusting. It is disgusting. With Razio Takana as well, right? Fully maxed out, rank 16, not even at legendary. You're still up about 5% extra.
Oh, Ryzen Tanaka. Leave my favorite destroyer commander out of this, okay? He's good.
No. All I'm trying to say is, even if you haven't got him at legendary rank yet, right? He still does 5% increased damage on top of what your torpedoes already do. You're looking at about 14 to 15,000 damage per torpedo.
Mm-hmm. Which is a lot.
Hell yeah! The only thing that can rival that is a French destroyer.
And the other thing that you have where the Kamikaze, what makes it even that much more powerful, is your big battleships at that tier don't, in most cases, don't have any sort of torpedo reduction, so they're taking those at full damage.
And none of them can move. And none of them can move easily as well. Half of them are dreadnoughts.
You're on that borderline of dreadnoughts at that tier.
It's more worse with the British light cruisers, because we all know they are glass cannons. They got the AP, but there's just basically nothing there to offer in terms of protection. You're dead.
Well, and even with the heavies, look at the Algeria. The Algeria is a heavy cruiser, and that thing is, like I said, it was one of the most embarrassing things that ever happened to me on stream. I was not even 2 minutes into the game, and I was dead. I got spotted on. Well, I can't remember what that map was. If I play the map, I'll go, that's the one. Because I spawned at B, and B is right in the middle. And I went out there, and somebody spotted me. They came over the island. I get slapped once. I went, oh, Jesus. And I'm like, and it had me the closest spawn on B. So I was very close to the cap right in the beginning. And I got shot over the island. I don't even know who killed me. I don't even know what killed me. All I know was I was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Now, be honest though, Kenny and Mikey, when the British heavy cruisers came out, how many people was actually excited? Ooh,
me.
Heavy cruiser, this is gonna be interesting.
Me.
And then it was suddenly a disappointment. Like, what the hell? This is the British battleships. That was the British heavy ships that supposed to took out the Bismarck. And look at them, Devonshire and all that. They was there at the event of the Bismarck's fall before they got to its port near France. I can't remember which port it was, but this was one of them. That was a sign. Now, this is the thing. The King George V was actually the battleship tasked to hunt the Bismarck. And it was there. And the Bismarck was being my one ship, basically mass waves from the Britain. And the King George was there, supposed to be taking it out. And you know what? I'm going to say this. In a way, I'm kind of glad, but bloody hell.
I'm gonna stop you right there. They didn't hunt down the Bismarck. The Devonshire and the Surrey actually hunted down the Scharnhorst.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. No.
It was heavy cruise. It was a heavy cruise. There was a couple of heavy cruisers that did torpedo bombed actually its engine deck. It was a heavy cruiser, but it didn't say what it was. Let me have a look.
I'm googling it now. Because no one is going to outdo me on warship history. I'm on point with it.
Yeah, he's a warship nerd. I'm gonna call you that. Sorry, mate.
We got nope. Bismarck.
Yeah. So Poland was involved. Wait, what? Apparently, the belligerents were United Kingdom and Poland. Poland? What did they contribute? Yeah, so it was based in Norfolk and Suffolk.
Thank you.
I knew it was a heavy cruiser, but it didn't say which ones. And I was actually really hoping they were coming in, but...
Norfolk, Suffolk, and the King George V was the
Yep.
no, actually was it? No, no, no. It was the Duke of York, I do believe, but it's still King
was
George
gonna
V
say, yep.
class. Still a King George V.
Okay, listen. But if you read, hold on, I'm gonna stop you there, Mikey.
Hmm.
Actually, believe this or not, the King George was pursuing the Bismarck.
Yes, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say you're wrong at that.
It was tasked.
Yeah, I'm not.
I remember, if you watch the Battle of Denmark Strait, you know what I'm exactly on about. So I remember talking to you about this before.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. That's fine. That I know that. And the only reason why they held back was why the King George V didn't pursue is because the hood was heavily damaged.
Okay, yeah, right. So so if you look on the Wikipedia, it did say on the third phase of May 27th, the battleships King George V and the Rodney supported by cruisers. So yes, the King George was actually there in the third phase.
The third phase, but
Yes,
it wasn't pursuing her. It wasn't pursuing her to begin with. No.
No. But my point is, what I'm saying is, he was there. It was in the event. But so in terms, I was correct. He was in the event.
All
No,
right,
they
hang on one
got
second,
tasked.
boys. Right back.
Okay. But the whole reason why the King George V didn't pursue the Bismarck is because Hood's engines were actually that old at that time that they broke down, so they had to slow down, and then obviously the battle that pursued.
No, it was the fact that the hood was obsolete. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. The sub guns were crap. They're only cruiser level. That's not good for a battleship.
Well, she's a battle cruiser. She's a battle cruiser for starters. She shouldn't even have been going up against the Bismarck to begin with. And then it was a stupid move on the Royal Navy's part to even do that. She shouldn't even have gone after the Bismarck.
No.
And we all know damn straight that if the Hood had survived the war, it would have been a museum ship because it's the pride of the Royal Navy.
Right, we all.
That's all I'm saying on that.
Was a battle cruiser, which was correct, but because it got refitted because of obsolete weaponry, it got refitted and it made into a battle cruiser instead because it had 380mm guns. That's capable. The way they saw it was capable enough to fight even the Bismarck. But we all knew this to be true. The Bismarck would have just annihilated it anyway. Superiority of the German Navy.
I mean, I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to get a decent shot of them on my stream, but it's actually got rockets on it as well. Yeah, I can see them on top of on gun turret number 2. They've actually got rockets as a form of AA.
It didn't have very good sub batteries. Now, as she's mentioned, it is a battle cruiser, a fast battle cruiser. But my point is, it was a stupid flaw. Now, if you look at the actual armor, it didn't look too bad. But there was obviously something that made it flaw. I think the ammo destination. So, as I said here, it was a powerful battle cruiser because end of the day, it's a it was in service in 1920. You're going to get something in World War II era. So obviously, there's difference between armor spectrums and values. That's why it got sunk.
It got sunk because the armor piercing round penetrated the magazine.
I reckon it was the difference between the both of them was between the armor. Because if I remember right, the Bismarck had a steel rounds or something like that. Because I know Britain had a bit of an issue with copper. I reckon it's something with the armor rounds. But the point is, when the Hood actually first sighted the Bismarck, it engaged it. It over-penetrated. I don't know if you noticed it in the Battle Strait when it first engaged.
Mm-hmm.
The shots missed. But there was apparently it actually did hit the Bismarck. It hit the engine deck, caused an engine leak.
Yeah, that's how they managed to find it.
Correct. So we did actually. That's why the Bismarck did something really good. It sacrificed itself. So.
The Hood.
Yes. because it was us. If I remember right, the Bismarck was escorted by the Prince Eugen.
Yeah,
If I remember this correctly.
yeah.
Not the
Yeah,
yacht, but
yeah,
the
no,
Bismarck was
the
escorted.
Bismarck, yeah, and that was called away for other duty, and that's why it was the Bismarck was left to try and limp back to port on its own.
If I remember this correctly, when we engaged it and hurt its engine, in the fuel area, it lost about a third or something. So it was basically walking on a limp, as you mentioned.
Mhm.
So even though she was obsolete in some things, but the guns were powerful enough to even put us to very wound. And
Well,
we all know we
15-inch 15-inch guns are still good for 1920s.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it was basically we would act like a pack of wolves. Do you know, like, what we did was like a wolf stalking something for on the hunt. We made it bleed and suffer, weaken it down, then take over. That's what we did, and we spent so much resource just to take that battleship down because how superior it was in terms of its flooding, its fire mechanic. You know, it was so advanced compared to ours. That's why it took so long. But in a way, got respect to it. One ship to stand 3 waves of British ships. Wow. Now you got to kind of respect German Navy back then.
Mhm.
But the thing is, we knew how to defeat the Bismarcks because apparently we designed the blueprint. They just made it. So we knew all along how to weaken it. That's how I think that's why the Hood attacked the fuel. There was a flaw, and he attacked the fuel. I think the Hood knew he was going to get outmatched. He knew he was outmatched, but he hit the fuel, so it was like a secret intelligence. You know what I mean? Infiltration. You saw the fuel lead. They're like, follow that. So what it's leading to? It could be an armed stress, which it was not exactly, but you know what it did? It led to the Bismarck. We got rid of it before it got to Brest. That's the best thing we did. And do you know what? I'm surprised no one's even gone down to see the Bismarck. Like, I've heard rumours you can actually dive to the Bismarck, what's left of it.
No, it's too deep.
Not exactly.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't dive to the bottom. No, you can't.
No,
It's too deep.
What I'm saying is, you'd be surprised. Modern technology, you can actually get no. What I've heard, you can actually get a team and go for.
In a submarine, yes, but not scuba diving. You ain't getting down there.
That's what. Yeah, but that's what I was about to explain. But you kind of interrupt me.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant diving. I thought you meant diving.
Of course, you go inside a submarine and you look at the Bismarck, what remains of it.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you didn't give me a chance to explain. That's the thing.
No, because you said you said dive, and I thought you meant as in diving.
No, as in submarine dive. And there's quite a few tourists, and I would love to see that. Like, yes, submarine diving. There's 2 types of diving. There's diving. There's submarine diving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. In a way, I'm kind of glad because it had good guns to fight. But I mean, 381 millimeters on a 1920 ship, like you explained, very good. But like I said, sooner or later, no matter how many good you are, there's always going to be something. Shut up, Alexa. Like I said, like no matter how good you are, there's always going to be something more higher advanced. It's like tank warfare. Through the years, we've upgraded and upgraded, created new designs, all new technology. There's always going to be someone better technology. It's the exact same thing what's happened here.
You know what, Mike? I was gonna ask you. Do you have do you have like Monarch?
No.
Okay.
Don't have Monarch. No.
Oh, the King George sister ship.
Yes,
not
that
even
and
not
it is- oh.
not even a sister ship. She's just an upgraded design of her, isn't she?
Yeah, and it would have. I play it. And I'm like, oh man, this is so much more fun than it.
So, question, you two: are you planning on getting the Munin? the new cruiser that's being sold
Oh.
in the store?
No.
Funny that you bring that up. When I was first getting on here with you guys, that's what I did. I just picked it up. So
Oh wow.
she is.
So you're gonna do
she
your
is
little
good.
personal review.
She is good. 4 kills, first game, 5
Ooh.
fires, 181 target hits, 3 citadels, 81,000 damage. It made with a epic booster, 775,000 bucks. That was me coming in at top of the
Okay,
leaderboard.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bit
2353 on
worried about the
basics.
secondary armament,
On
but the fast
on-
firing guns.
Oh yeah, I got the reload down to like 4. It's under 4.5.
Is that with a certain build or?
Yes, that is with running. Hang on, I'll bring it up for you.
I mean,
right now.
10% torpedo reduction is not very great. She's basically a light cruiser from what I'm seeing.
Yes.
She's just a
Oh,
light
yeah, well,
cruiser.
Yeah, she is very much so because it's only 150 millimeter guns.
One thing I'm a bit worried about is those little 105 centimeter guns. There is so many. That's made a worry to it, but like it's 2x2s on the 105 millimeter guns. The sub battery. What happens in close quarters? You're gonna get shredded.
6.6
Well-
on the rudder shift. No,
like it
a
says in
minute,
the
minute
description,
and a half on corpse.
Like I said, she's got fast firing guns and she's a small light cruiser. She's gonna be a little terror on the seas because of her sleek
Yeah.
hull. You know what I mean?
Yes, and all that. Excuse me. That's the other thing. She's very fast. Actually, maneuverability. 38.3 knots. That's pretty fast for a cruiser.
Oh, I mean, off the bat, it's 36 knots. I mean, rudder shift time. I mean, that's gonna be like 4 seconds with the right build, right?
Oh yeah, if you went full rudder, yes, you probably could get it down to that. I'm running a rudder on spot number 2 and concealment on spot number 3 because I have the concealment down to its British cruiser-esque concealment.
I mean,
have it
when
down
I'm looking at the
to
torpedoes,
10.8.
I'm a bit worried because they done like a bit similar to the British heavy cruiser design, where they put it instead of being on deck, it's actually put in the deck.
Yes,
That's my little worry.
They can be the Germans like that can be somewhat problematic, only because if you start getting hit at HE in the side of the hull, there's a pretty good chance those can be knocked out or destroyed.
Yeah, that's my bit of a worry. It was like that with the pocket ship as well, because
right.
the torpedoes are at the very back of the ship. It's gonna be a high chance of being knocked out. It's like, ooh.
You would think, but the shell's got to be hitting back there, and most people are trying to always aim for the middle, whether it be the superstructure or the hull.
Yeah, because that's
that I've noticed with them being on the rear, they don't seem to get knocked out. It sure as hell doesn't happen as much. My Tirpitz seems to get knocked out relatively easy. Again, it's on that same premise, tucked inside the hull, on the sides, where like my Odin, which those are on the deck in the rear, those don't seem to get knocked out nearly as much, unless I'm turning or trying to get away from them. Then yes, because it's just going to be wherever they're shooting, you know.
So I'm going curious about something. Out of all the premiums I've seen on the store, I don't see much of the Monaghan and the Gallant anymore. I think since I've been playing, I've only seen one Gallant and one Monaghan.
Yes. Those ones are
very rare to see on the seas.
Yes, those ones seem to be played very, very little.
I don't know why, because they're good. They're good destroyers.
They are.
I mean,
British for starters. Single fire torpedoes for starters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, single, and it does big damage. I mean,
And again stop me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. The Monaghan. That's she had an unfortunate. You know what I mean? She probably could have done a lot better. She wouldn't have been fucking blown up at Pearl. Do you know what I mean? So. But she's a Farragut class destroyer. That's tier. That's up.
Good lord.
Been upgraded a tier.
Please freaking call me.
Yeah, but I've got to say they're probably some of the rarest premiums I don't see on the field anymore because there's something
You
I
mean
think
the
there's
Monaghan and
something.
the Galan? Is that what you're still talking about?
Yeah, the tier 5 destroyers. But
Sure.
I reckon there's something there. The people are not saying, oh, this destroyer's not worth it. I mean, from what I'm seeing here, they've got some really nice torpedoes, but yikes! I don't understand why they're not so played. I think, Kenny, for the whole time you've been playing World of Warships, how many times have you seen a Monaghan or a Gannet
Oof.
on the seas?
It's
I didn't see it. Not enough.
yeah, it's very slim. It seemed to be. It's one of those where I saw quite a bit of them when it obviously first came out, and then I saw a few more again when they were starting to drop in the Santa crates because people were getting them, so they were trying them out. And then after that, I didn't see them again. So yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if, and I don't have it. So if either of you guys know, it's because the Monaghan doesn't seem like it's got like the reload speed of like the Kid or a Fletcher or something like that,
Oh, no,
right?
it's
Well,
got
it's
Venom
like I said, it's a upgrade. It's a tier 5 version of a tier 4 Farragut. It's
okay.
it's based. It's exactly the same.
It's
It is a Farragut class destroyer,
Okay.
but it's a tier 5. So it's potentially exactly the same as the Odin. It's just basically a more buffed up version of
right. But
of-
as you explained
of a
to him,
ship.
the difference is the Farragut has bigger guns.
yes,
And
because
Farragut's got bigger and more frequent guns because the Farragut's got, I think, 527s. Now, if you look at the Monaghan, it only has 120s.
yeah, because maybe because it was outfitted with better guns, but like I said, at the start of World War II, it was destroyed in Pearl, remember? So she wouldn't have got the refit at the time. So one of them in it.
Could be. Yeah, there's that one I don't know enough about.
Which, while we're on the subject, man, how pointless that attack actually was.
Monaghan.
Actually, how pointless that attack actually was on Pearl, because in the next couple of months, like what, five out of the 9 ships were raised up and were operational again. So while we're on the subject of that,
Yeah.
California raised, bloody West Virginia raised, Nevada beached but was back in service again. The only one that wasn't in service was the Arizona. The only one because she was blown to pieces. God rest
Yeah,
their souls.
Arizona.
I mean,
Yep.
I don't see what happened to the the USS Tennessee, because I know that was a survivor of the
Raised.
Pearl Harbor attack as well.
Raised. Oklahoma.
I believe it was.
Oklahoma was not raised because it was scrapped. That was
severely damaged.
yeah. It overturned. It was no good.
From what I've heard, the Tennessee actually survived the attack. It was because it was right next to the California. The California got whacked, but the Tennessee didn't. It's kind of weird. Hold on, I'm gonna look up for that because I know they're sort of related, but not exactly.
There's no DDs in here, so I got nobody to fight. Take out the Munchin again.
4 battleships sunk, 4 damaged, 1 ex-battleship sunk, 1 harbour tug sunk, 3 cruisers damaged, 3 destroyers damaged, 3 other ships damaged, 188 aircraft destroyed, 159 aircraft damaged, 2,335 killed, and 1,143 wounded.
Yeah, because the Tennessee was moored into the battleship row.
Yes.
She was not seriously damaged, but after being repaired, and she operated off the coast of the U.S. in 1942. In 1943, the Tennessee and many other old battleships roughly rebuilt to prepare them for Operation Pacific War. So, yeah,
it says all but the USS Arizona were later raised after 6 were returned to service. So out of 8, 6 were returned to service. It doesn't say which one was the other one that wasn't in the fight, but I'm going to assume it was probably the Oklahoma because obviously that was going to be a massive job to.
Yeah, it's like it's explained. She was only minorly damaged. She wasn't severely. She was, like it said in here, she was only minorly damaged, so she was able and still operational. But she was the design that inspired the New Mexico class.
New Mexico. Ugh, man, what a ship. Oh damn, she's definitely
because,
she's definitely an upgrade from the New York. I
they're
can
the
tell you that.
1920s and were developments of the preceding New Mexico class. So the Tennessee was actually the New Mexico was the predecessor.
What do you think about that, Kennedy?
For which one?
The New
US?
York. She's definitely the New Mexico is definitely an upgrade from the New York.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean, I would love to see the Tennessee being actually added as a premium or something. Because, the New York. I mean, the Wyoming was rough enough. Then you would have thought with the New York being a bigger one, you would have thought, oh, more sub guns. Denied. But then you get the Colorado, which we all know is it basically a New Mexico on fucking steroids because of the bigger guns. It's basically what it is. It's I think you could agree with me. It's basically the New Mexico on steroids. That's what I believe the Colorado to be because it's adopted the 410mm or 46mm guns instead of 357s. It's basically
that's true.
what I just explained. It's basically New Mexico on bigger steroids of a guns.
Right.
But my only issue with the Colorado is the overpenning chances. I'm a bit with it. Because, I mean, I got what's the premium variant that's related to the Colorado? It's the USS Tier 5 Premium. Have a look.
That's West Virginia.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
West Virginia. I mean, I've got a
Oh,
big experience what it's going to be like, but damn, for Tier 5, she can wallop.
I've been told
Yes.
she's one hell of a ship to bring into a fight. The West Virginia.
Yep.
She's
I love
kind
it.
of,
She's my next premium ship as well. She will be my next premium.
Yeah,
I've got her.
Definitely,
I've got
definitely
her.
worth it.
I can tell you, I've had ups and down games, to be fair. I've had ups and down games because, with that ship, she's quite slow.
Yes.
Yeah, but she packs a
Colorado
punch.
was to it, added to her as
But-
well.
With all that slowness, she packs a hell of a punch.
Mhm.
Yep.
Me and a few friends of mine took out the Pacific Fleet. We called it. There was me in the California, one guy in the West Virginia, and what's the other one? What was the other one?
Arizona.
That's it, Arizona. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did that too on. I don't know if we did that or it was on stream or what, but it was. Yeah, we called that the.
Yeah, the Pacific Fleet. We took it out. Yeah, and then also again,
the Pearl Harbor Revenge Division is what that was.
and then again, I also had a few friends of mine where I was in the Bismarck, Tirpitz, and Prinz Eugen,
Oh, Prince Eugen, yeah.
and we did a more upgraded version of the Denmark Strait.
Yep. And that's another one. That is one of my favorite cruisers. That is such a good boat.
The Prince Eugen, the other one. There's Prince Eugen, which we all know about, and there's the what's
Friedrich?
it?
No, Graf Spee. You're on about Graf Spee, aren't you?
No.
We'll
Think
talk.
again.
We'll talk about her in a minute, though. Oh my God, Graf's.
The
That's the
Hippo.
only
Now,
boat I
I'm
have not
confused.
learned to play yet.
You haven't played it yet. You are
Okay,
missing.
okay.
No, I have. I just haven't learned how to play it well.
Okay,
the
so
graphic
we
game.
all know about the Hippo, but what confuses me is Hippo is a battleship commander, but there is a cruiser named after the Hippo. The Hippo.
It's named after
Why
him. Right. Correct. That was because that's what the Eugen is. That's a Hipper class. It's just they changed the bow. Can one of you guys tell me which one is it between the Hipper and the Eugen? Of which one has the icebreaker bow? I believe it's the Hipper, isn't it? By the
I'm looking at
design
the
of it,
Hippo
where it
and I
kind of got
can't
that
see
more.
that.
Hipper's got more of the that bullish looking bow to where the Eugen is more, real jagged and sharp.
Yeah,
I
I think it's the Eugen because obviously the Arctic convoys they needed to have the.
Yeah, because you think about Norway, the Scandinavian area, them, it's very cold area. You would have think about it. If you're gonna put like, because that was with the Bismarck and you think you're going to be in right near the Scandinavia, it's going to be really cold. You think of like
Right.
Iceland, and that would be more a good idea to have a bit more sharper pike nose, so you can pierce through the actual ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But while we are on the subject of the German cruisers, I would like to take the opportunity to talk about Grass Bay. She is
The pocket ship.
a hell of a cruiser, and you need to play her like a battleship. You need to stay back because she
Okay,
has
that-
battleship
that's not a
guns.
problem.
She
What I'm
has.
gonna say is she's now getting replaced with this the Siege Fleet, because we all know the Siege Fleet is now the ultimate powerful large cruiser now.
She's not got the armor though. She's not got the armor.
No, it doesn't have that,
Siegfried
but
hasn't got the
in
armor.
sake of guns,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
the
talking
biggest
about gun
cruiser guns in the game.
relations though.
Yeah.
Mike, 'cause she's the powerfulest cruiser in the game currently.
Yeah, you're talking Bismarck guns with cruiser dispersion. They are ridiculous. I mean, it's got battleship reload too, because in Christ they reload at what? 24, 25 seconds.
Mhm.
I don't have it yet. I'm sitting at 61 now, which
So
actually
comparing,
need to do
like,
some math.
She's like a more bigger, what in terms of length, Scharnhorst. Not Scharnhorst. What's
Mm.
that battleship with?
Grass Bay. She's got battleship
No.
guns.
No, it's the one after the Koning.
Oh, Bayern.
The Bayern, that's it, because that's the 300mm guns I think it inherits. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Raspberry. No, she has battle cruiser guns. She has 280mm guns.
She has Scharnhorst guns on her.
Yes, and Scharnhorst is a battle cruiser, not a battleship.
Right. Right.
But you're still putting battle cruiser guns on a goddamn cruiser chassis. Hull, whatever you want to call it.
Now, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the Siegfried now?
No, I'm on about Grass Bay. I'm still on about Grass Bay here.
Oh
Pocket
yeah,
ship.
yeah. Oh, Graf Bay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, those are Scharnhorst guns on there. Because that's actually the same way that Gneisenau was set up. Gneisenau was actually set up with those same guns. It didn't have the 15s like it's got in the game. I think those were planned. They were never put on.
Let's have a look, because I do remember actually the Gneisenau saying having 380mm guns. Give me a second.
It was
while I
either
look
that or
up.
it was refitted. It's one of the two.
I believe it was refitted. It did have the 2.8s that you said on the Scharnhorst, but they decided, due to the development of other battleships and all that, going through the
Then they
war,
upped them.
they
Yeah.
had to refit it.
I don't understand why they don't give us the option in the game. I don't understand why they don't give us the option of changing the guns.
Oh,
Because
well,
they
basically,
they can with the Grover. You can with the Grover. You can either have a certain gun or four guns
You
or.
can have the 15s or the 16s and a halves.
Mhm.
Are you talking about the grosser? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand why you can't do that with the Eisenhower.
Yeah, so what Kenny said was correct. It did have 9 28cm guns, which is basically the Scharnhorst guns. It had 9 of them, but I believed it got refitted. So it was a German capital ship, alternatively described as battleship and battlecruiser of the Nazi Germany's Kriegsmarine. She was the second vessel of her class, including her sister ship, the Scharnhorst, which we all know about. The ship
Right.
was built at the Dutch Werk dockyard in Kiel, laid down on 6th of May 1935 and launched on 8th of December 1936. Completed in May 1938, the ship was armed with a main battery of 9 28cm 11-inch guns, which is what you said. But there were plans to replace them with 6 38cm guns. So yes, there were plans to replace them. So yes,
Ah. Okay.
as twin guns.
We got another week.
So 6 of them. So there was 6 guns. So I think it supposed to had the Scharnhorst light. Do you know how he got 2 guns up front, 1 at the back?
Mhm.
But this was 380s instead.
Yeah, it was the same thing because I know Grosser was never built. The
It was-
one. Speaking of which,
I
speaking of
reckon
German ships, the
it
one
was a
that I would.
prototype. It was basically a prototype. I think the difference is I think the Global Kurfürst was actually pre-Cold War battleship. You know what I mean?
No,
Or it
she
was
no
like in development.
no. She was 1940s. She was end of 1940s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
that
yeah.
because-
No, it was
Okay.
because that was what they were deeming that was going to be classified as a super Bismarck.
Hmm.
Yes. So
That's
as
what
I
they were
explained, that's what you call pre-Cold War, because after that's what you call early stage pre-Cold War. So yes, I was correct. She was pre-Cold War.
Well, hell, what cold? Well, when the hell did Cold War start?
1960s.
Okay, the pre-Cold War was basically in the early 1950s, and going up to like 80s. It was basically Do you know
Yeah, right,
The pre-Cold
right.
War was the basically the issue between America and Russia.
Yeah, but if you're going
because-
off of that timeline and that phrasing of words there, it's kind of distracting in the sense of because after World War II, Germany wasn't allowed. They looked at you at the second time at Germany and went, "You're done. You no more weapons for you. You're done."
Yeah.
Right,
You-
but
Yeah.
like I
just
said,
do
the
twice and
pre-Cold
you
War
brought
is basically early 50s. You know when it was basically like the Vietnam War, something like that. It was based around that time period. So this is
Oh,
where the
I
global
suppose-
conflict actually came in.
Yeah, I suppose Hitler probably had plans for being way beyond this, not the war being done when it was. So that's a possibility, I suppose.
The Grover Cohorst was a Project Z class battleship,
Yes,
which
but I
w-
think, isn't that where it says in there was they were
which-
classifying as a super Bismarck?
which would have rivaled the Yamato. If
Yes.
this would have been Hitler's way of saying, okay, we've won the war. Don't try it with us now because we have a super battleship. Okay,
Right.
that is that is exactly what the Grover is saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going back to the Man in the High Castle, for example. If they
Yeah.
won the war and they split America down the middle, for example, yeah, you'd have Yamato sitting in San Francisco port, whereas in
Yeah.
New York's port, you'd have sitting a Grover,
Iowa.
a Grover, and not an Iowa, because Iowas would have been scrapped if
No,
the Axis would have won the war.
Correction, it wouldn't because it was still capable of fighting. I mean, it was being
Mm-mm.
inducted to a museum 2 times and put in commission back into wars.
We're talking about if the Axis powers won the war. We're not
Would have
talking.
won.
If they would have won.
they would not have kept any of our stuff.
No, they
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
They
They
would
would.
have taken the technology from it, but they would have gotten rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
what?
we're using metaphoricals here now.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, staying on metaphorical terms as well. One of the battles I would have absolutely loved to have seen, right, if Germany would have stopped being little pussies with their battleships. I would have loved to have seen the Alabama go up against the Tirpitz because I don't think the Tirpitz would have lasted very long. To be fair.
Well, to be fair and honest, because the Tirpitz does have torpedo advantage.
Uh,
Depends how.
but she
depends on the
didn't.
Crew.
She didn't then. She didn't when the Alabama first got commissioned. She only got it literally, I think it was like about a few years before she
got
was
re-
ruined.
So basically, when it went back to port, got a bit of a refit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
But the Alabama missed out on like a few days with actually having a fight with the Tirpitz.
Oh god, I can't imagine flicking like.
Yeah, I think Alabama would have won that battle. She was just too. She was fitted with radar for starters. She had more She had the Mark 6 guns of the Iowa fitted on her. She was too advanced.
It's
But-
not
That was the
that
whole
the
reason
Iowa had
they
a
built
little trick up its sleeve. If you watch Battleship, I think it's on Netflix, it will tell you there was a secret behind the Iowa that was so powerful. It was one of its abilities. I think it was a nuclear, something to do with nuclear. It had actually in that ship. I don't know if you know anything about that, Kenny.
The Iowas.
Sort of like, yeah, something to do with it's some sort of nuclear powered or something. I don't know, because in Battleship, the film, it had troubles with EMPs, which the aliens that invaded in the actual movie had EMPs. Now, how would you reverse an EMP without electrical? Say like your electrical's out, there was obviously a backup system, like the Japanese use water displacement example.
Well,
Mhm.
the battleship in that movie was actually the Missouri, and that was actually using steam powered the Mighty Mo. I'm
wrong.
Go on.
Actually, it was the actual Iowa actually used because
Mm.
it was actually the Iowa ship actually used in that movie.
It was the Mighty Mo, and that's the Missouri.
Yeah, I mean it was. Yeah, I don't know where they filmed it, but yes, it was. When it was, they were in Hawaii or no, where's Missouri?
Hawaii. Hawaii.
Where it was stationed for
Hawaii.
its,
Yeah.
museum.
Yeah, it's in Hawaii. That's what it was.
The Iowa is
The
the
Iowa's
Iowa
in California.
is in California. The Missouri
Yeah.
is in the Missouri is in
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl. Yeah, thank you, Pearl Harbor.
Pearl
More-
Harbor, and then
Moored about 300
the-
meters away from the Arizona.
the Wisconsin, my ship is in. That's in Norfolk, Virginia. I'm planning on going to see that.
Massachusetts
it does
is
say
in.
Missouri actually
Is it
they
Keel
actually
Bay?
did the ship in it.
Missouri's. I'm trying to.
Say that again.
Yeah, say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, what were you saying, Kyle? It was what?
I'm trying to find out if it was the actual ship Iowa actually in the movie.
I think it was filmed on Missouri. Because even when they went out there, there's a point where they're showing the back of the ship, and it's got Missouri on the tail end where they always write it.
I must have missed that box. I didn't see that part. I know
Yeah, no, it was the Mo.
the Samson. I
It was
know
the
that
Mo.
bit was there and all that.
I mean, even in the film, even Liam Neeson even says aboard the Mighty Mo as well. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So, and there's no mistake in then. I mean, one thing I will hand to you Americans: you do know how to name your ships.
Yes, we do.
After nation. It's like us having named ours after hometowns or flicking royalty.
No,
Yeah,
no.
we have this-
What I mean is Big Mammy, the Lucky A,
Oh yeah.
the Mighty Mo, right? I mean, damn.
Yeah, we have ours. The way ours were designated, our battleships are states, cruisers
What about
are
presidents?
cities. That was usually deemed for. Actually, we have that. Hang on, let me look it up.
I'm pretty sure
I
you didn't
actually
have
went
one
over
of the
this one.
presidents.
I'm looking now. You've got the Albany, I think it's pronounced. I don't know. Then you've got St. Louis.
yes.
You've got Phoenix, Omaha,
I know New
Pensacola,
York's been remade again.
Dallas, New Orleans, Helena. I don't think is a town. I'm not 100%
Yes, it
sure.
is.
Oh, it is.
I want to say it's North Dakota.
Baltimore and Cleveland, and then you've got battleships were named after states. So you've got
Aircraft carriers were named after famous battles or presidents.
So I was technically correct.
Hence the Midway. Hence the
Yorktown.
Legendary Midway.
Roosevelt. That's how that is. Fleet aircraft carriers, famous Navy ships or famous battles.
So Langley, was that basically a battle? Or was that actually a president?
Langley was a battle.
But yeah, that was a battle. Yeah.
It's a Civil War battle.
Destroyers are distinguished U.S. Navy or U.S. Marine Corps officers and enlisted men on destroyers.
Like Fletcher.
Minecraft, old mon.
Did you actually name a ship Minecraft?
No,
I thought we
yeah,
missed it.
that was actually a craft. They were minesweepers.
Oh.
They
Yeah.
were minesweepers.
People don't remember the Minesweepers.
Yep, minesweepers, patrol craft, auxiliaries, hospital ships. And hospital ships are always named after peaceful or comforting word.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, Americans. And the thing I don't get about some Americans is their plane reliability. 'Cause we all know that you had Spitfires, you had some British technology from planes. We all know you got your Mustangs, you had your Spitfires. You know you had some sort of British technology. That's what I'm saying. Everything kids think.
The P-41 Mustang.
Okay.
Hold on. But everyone,
Alright.
everyone keeps thinking everything that America makes is authentically all American. Not entirely true. It
No.
wasn't entirely true. They had some British technology.
Sure. Yeah. So we have aircraft carriers, famous battles or presidents, Battleships are states of the Union. Large cruisers are either territories or possessions. Heavy cruisers are cities and towns, and light cruisers are cities and towns. So that's where your Baltimore, your Flint. Flint is in Michigan. Baltimore is
What about-
Maryland.
Atlanta.
What about-
Omaha's in Iowa
You're
or
Atlanta.
Nebraska. Excuse me.
does that
Atlanta,
even comply
Georgia.
with your modern day ships, like your frigates and stuff?
Yes, that is correct. Yep, because it goes all the way down here. Guided missile cruisers. That one's distinguished Americans or famous battles. Nuclear guided missile cruisers. So these are all modern ones.
What a-
distinguished American.
What about your
Americans,
submarines?
cities, or states of the Union.
What about your submarines?
Submarines are fish and marine creatures. And,
Yeah.
Or
Makes sense.
currently they are fish, marine creatures, presidents, admirals, politicians, cities and towns, or states of the Union. Those are nuclear subs.
Because you've
The
got
list of coastal
you
submarines
had
are presidents, distinguished Americans, or states of the Union.
yeah, because you had the sword. You had like swordfish and Gato and Nautilus and not.
Right.
yeah.
Exactly.
I
Yep.
think I
Yep.
pronounced that right. I think it's because I haven't got the American accent to say it properly, have I? I mean, us British are never
Oh,
going to
it's
say
that-
it properly.
Right.
So.
I'm not going to put though, Mike. It's the exact same with like Americans pronouncing the British way of saying our
Like
hometowns.
Devonshire?
Yeah, Shire, Peterborough.
Yeah,
you
'cause
know,
Because it's what's Devonshire? Isn't that how it's properly pronounced?
Devonshire.
Devonshire,
It is
yeah.
Devonshire?
Devonshire.
Okay.
Devonshire.
Because I want to
Devonshire. There's two ways to say it. It's Devonshire or Devonshire. It depends how you where
Okay.
you're from, really.
Okay, then that's
Like-
what it is because Froggy said Devonshire, and he's
Yes,
and I
yes,
said, oh, I was
way
giving
he's
him shit about it.
pronouncing
I'm like,
was right. The way he's when that your friends was pronounce it was actually correct. What it is now, but back then it was probably say Shire, but where he
Right,
say
yeah.
it now is true.
right. I know.
how-
I listened. The other one I've been listening to lately is the World of Warships now has their own podcast out. If you don't know that and you want to get up on your history, it's a good thing to listen to. I do it while I'm driving all the time now. So like the Belfast, that was your town class cruisers. So it's the same thing.
Yes.
You did kind of along the same premise like we did. The town classes were literally.
We tend to name ours after royalty or.
They named a cruiser after my county.
Which
Yeah.
one?
HMS Shropshire.
Ah. See the
Like,
one that I
like-
knew. I never knew, and Froggy explained it to me. I'm like, oh, that makes so much more sense. Was the designation of HMS?
Her
Her
Majesty's
Majesty's
Service.
They said, and he said,
no,
or
it's Her
or
Majesty's
it
ship.
can be, yeah, Her Majesty's ship, or
It could
it
be
could
her
be
or
His
his.
Majesty. Right. That's
Yes.
why, depending on the monarchy at the time. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense because I'm like, I'm like, what the hell does the HMS stand
okay.
for? You know?
There's another thing that people need to understand. There's HMS NS, which is New Zealand, and it's also
HMAS.
Which is what?
HMS NS is New Zealand because they're technically under our Commonwealth. So even though they're an independent country, if you look on their national flag, there is a British Union Jack, which is the red, white, and blue little flag. that
Right.
You see on the ship. You see that the UK actual thing, the flag there in the game. That's the Union Jack. And so we have two flags. There's the white with the
Yes, it
red little cross. That is the England flag, and there's the
Right.
British flag, which is the Union Jack. We
Right.
have two flags.
Thank you.
So what they've done in this one have combination both. So basically you have the English flag, but with the British in the top right corner or top left, depending which way you are.
Victory is in sight.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I never knew that either.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know the history behind this stuff is that's what's really gotten me into
When
it
you
was
think
for the
about it, we've
longest
been
time
using that flag. Well,
forever.
we've been using that flag since 1700s. Well, early
Yeah.
1600s. So that's the whole point. I can tell it's a British ship
Right.
because this is the thing. Britain may be a small island, but we're an island of many. This is called the Commonwealth.
Correct. Right.
Its own independent countries, but governed by the Queen. So
Yes.
basically,
And
she,
I like that they brought that into this with this last update where you notice they changed Poland. If any of you have the Blitzkowicza, that is under the Commonwealth flag now, which I like.
Yeah, Europe.
I like
So
that
under
a
the
lot.
European.
Yep.
Well, even though we're like, it's the I think that's part of the native thing. I'm not too sure, but hey, I don't know Poland. I can't really say, but we all know it's got dark history. Dark.
Yes. I listened to the podcast on the Blitzkowicza. It was actually very informative. That ship did a lot of work during the war.
But you gotta remember this: that ship
and
that
that's
you're
part of
seeing
the Royal
in the
Navy.
game is actually what they bought off the UK.
Right.
The Blitz,
it's still a part of the Royal Navy.
the Blitzkowicza. I don't pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Polish. Don't try.
Yeah.
That's one thing I need to say.
And that's how it is. I've listened to enough. It's Blitzkowicza.
Blitzkowicza.
It's Blitzkowicza. That is how you pronounce it.
The most powerful destroyer of her time in Europe, the ship greatly surpassed rival navies' destroyers in terms of speed and artillery power. When commissioned, she had the most powerful AA defense among all destroyers in the world. Blitzkowicza
That's nuts.
is now preserved as a military museum ship in... Oh, fuck, I'm not pronouncing that.
Yeah,
So
that
you
one I
think
wouldn't.
about
Yeah, I'd
this,
butcher
right?
that.
But you think about this: Poland came from nothing.
Yes, they did.
The
And they're another one. Poland's in the middle of the country. They don't even have water, but they got a navy.
But here's the thing as well. Here's the thing as well. She entered service in 1937, just before the eve of the war breaking out. So
Yeah.
This is a thing.
So it's like, what the hell?
Right.
There's things that we don't get taught in schools. This is the thing. This is why I love the game. You get taught things that you don't get taught in school. I mean, Kennedy, you probably never even heard of that being true. Half the stuff you heard in history or what it is. I don't know if you had history in your school, but you don't get taught this sort of thing. Like you didn't.
We
get
did. I
taught
don't
this
know
sort
that
of
they
thing.
teach it so much now, but
I strongly encourage anybody who wants to learn about the history of warships, right? Just type in World of Warships official on YouTube, and they've got a playlist of like naval legends and the ships.
They
Naval
will tell you
Legends
the,
is a great
the
series.
blueprint, the guns.
I've watched them all. I've watched every single one of them.
So have I.
Still the most interesting one I watched was the one about Midway, because it was in 2 parts, and it was just like the one about the Midway class aircraft carriers.
Yep. The Midway that thing was disgusting for its time.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely disgusting. It was so powerful.
Is that because of how much plays it carried? Was it,
No,
was it that
no. It's because it was so advanced for its time. It
was.
It was like someone from the future came and plopped into the White House and just handed in the president the plans, and went, "Here you go. You need to build this, by the way, mate." You know what I mean?
Yep, accurate.
I mean, you're going. No, go on. You.
No, if I remember this also correctly, this is something that I don't think you got taught in school. Britain had a very fast civilian cruiser. Now, Hitler put a lot of Reichsmarks, just a bounty on a British carrier for troops. I think you got it in California. I think it's Long Beach, California. It's now a museum or a hotel, but that ship could get from UK to America in about 2 to 4 days.
All right, please, I'll be back.
I mean, of
Stand
that
by.
time,
All right.
for that time, it was absolutely quick, and that's why the Hitler put a massive Reichsmarks bounty on that ship itself. I think it's something to do with Queen Victoria. Hold on, let's see if I can find something about that.
Yeah, and then when Kennedy comes back, I'll say what I was going to say. We need to do this more often because my viewers are going through the roof on this. If this carries on, I'm going to hit affiliate status in the next couple of weeks.
What? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a cruise ship. It's called the MS Queen Victoria. It's a Vista cruise ship. You know what I'm at now.
Yeah.
that ship could get to one position to another in under 4 days, like from here to America. That's what flipping absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there was one when she was paired at Melbourne, but I think it should have been there in America. Pretty sure it's supposed to be in America, but it looks like it's in Australia. Quite amazing, really, how a civilian ship like that can get to certain places at that time. Yeah, so it was a MS Queen Victoria, a Vista-class cruise ship operated by the Cunard Line and named after the British monarch, obviously. She was of the same designs of the Vista cruise ship, including Queen Elizabeth. At the 90,000 GT, she was the smallest of the Cunard ships in operation, facilities and restaurants and all that. But I think... I'm trying to find out, where is she? But she is absolutely quick. And she was huge. I don't know if you're still here. Sounds like I talked to myself now.
No, I'm still there.
Yeah. So I'd love to, if you want, Mike, have watch the documentary on the cruise ship of the Queen Elizabeth.
Anything warship related, mate? Post it in the warship channel, man.
No,
The warship
no,
chat.
it's not just a warship. It's the fact this was a carrier that helped so many civilians from America get to the the European Isles. That's why it was so bad, because it went to America to get, because this was in, I think she was there to pick up from America back to the UK, so they could participate. Like I think it was Dunkirk and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I think this is one of those cruise ships that was so battered because it was able to get to America and to UK in under 4 days. I mean, you think of the time of that time period, that was phenomenal. I'll find that. Let's see if I can find YouTube. I'll send you a link actually.
First, post it in the chat, man. The World of Warships chat, man. Anything like that. I'm gonna start posting the naval legends up there as well. I watched them all, but I'm gonna keep posting them up there once a day, like.
Yeah. So it's called the Queen Mary, I think.
Ah, the Queen Mary.
And the Queen. Yeah, it's the Queen Mary and the Queen Elizabeth. They both helped in World War II. It helped the Allies win World War II. Quite a really good documentary. You imagine 16,000 each ship. That's 32,000 troops. A very fun. Mike, I think I've got you somewhere. There you are. I just sent it to your Facebook Messenger anyway, so it's quite interesting.
Yeah, just got it. It's on my other phone. It's behind me.
Yeah, I just sent you it. So that's quite something interesting there. But I've watched that on YouTube. I was even astonished. There's also a series on there. It's called Battleships. It tells you all about the old, like the 1600 battleships, like the Mary Rose, which you know is the King Henry ship, to what our ships now turns up behind them, how they developed, what they packed. You know what I mean? Some things like that. I think it's got. My sister used to patch on that to see if I could get them again. But absolutely wicked. I wouldn't even watch it.
Right, I'm going back in a sec. Just gonna pop for toilet break.
Right, I'm gonna go get myself a cuppa. I'm gonna get myself a cup while I can.
back. I'm still here.
Right, so we're just missing Kenny now, are we?
Yep.
So, Mikey, what do you reckon the future will hold after the carriers? Because on what tanks they plan on bringing modern tanks into the game. So, what do you reckon about modern ships and frigates and stuff like that being brought?
Wouldn't work. No, no. Oh no, because nuclear guided missiles. Just nah. Just wouldn't see it happening.
I didn't get what you mean, but I was like, as there is after obviously some reasons what about like a modern side of warships.
If you wanted a game like that, you should just go and play. You should just go and play War Thunder. Do you know what I mean?
Could you actually see it possibly coming? Like 5%, 3%?
No. No, I don't know. This, yeah, it's just you have to wait and see what happens with like,
I could possibly see it happening. But I reckon it'd be like what we got now, but there's gonna be like two parts. You got one that's like Cold War, pre-Cold War, World War II era, then modern. Then it'd be in there. It's like it's gonna be the same game, but two different eras that you could have a choice of. I think if it did it that way, it could probably stick. You know what I mean? So so do you reckon there's gonna be new nations coming in? Like, do you know? Because we got Italy.
Yeah,
we got.
there will be.
Polygon.
There will be. Look at
Korea will
PC.
be added?
Yeah, look at PC. Yeah. I can definitely see that happening. Yeah. You look at the PC, you get all the.
I would definitely see Sweden definitely gonna be in there. But what I'd love to see is a bigger mode.
Yeah.
So like now we're currently on 9v9. But what about like 15v15 naval warfare? Do you know how one of the tanks got like frontline, but this is navy side, like a war, like reenactment of a war.
Yeah.
It's something like in a reenactment of it or something like that. So example like battle demonstrate. So you can only use ships that in that sort of battle. You know.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. I think my Twitch is froze because I can hear your guns going, but I'm still stuck on your home screen because you're under the Fuso. Weird. I mean, you've got 6 viewers right now, which is cool.
Just Citadel, that Pensacola.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, it's called Citadel of Sadness for some. It's called Citadel of Sadness for a reason.
And again.
Bye, pens up.
At Collinsburg on my team's about to get blown to pieces. Ooh, sneaky destroyer. Got me.
I'm pretty sure that was the Normandy, but hey.
No, destroyer just got me.
Looks like I'm a bit behind them.
Yeah, there is a bit of a delay, like I said.
Is it Japanese?
A caster, so it would have been the British.
Pray to the Akasa, that was smart.
Smart for an AI player.
Hmm?
It was an AI player.
Well, it's a bot, but, you know.
Yeah, same thing.
No.
I might finish off these premium supplies actually while I'm here. What have we got left to do? Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 3 and Legendary Tier.
Then what's happening then? Like, are you having it off for the day or?
Keep going for a bit longer.
Because it is like 2 a.m. and you remember you got to work, haven't you?
I've got work tomorrow afternoon, so I don't work in the mornings this week. So.
That's why I was lagging. I got an update. What now? Rocket League, which I don't play anymore.
Oh, Kennedy's getting a lot of phone calls today, isn't he?
He's a busy guy. What happens when he's works with a truck? I think he's a trucker. I'm not too sure.
Good luck and fair feast.
I think he's a trucker, if I remember right.
Probably.
Let's give them a hard time. Affirmative. Thank you. Good luck, everyone. Much obliged.
Keep forgetting about the premium supplies every week.
Engine boost activated.
Probably hear that engine. Probably hear the engine on the ship when you go in full throttle.
All stations reporting the position of a strategic target. I need your support.
That's all coffee. I was gonna say,
Mike, you got to watch that documentary tonight then,
Uh,
or
I'll,
later.
I'll watch it when I get up in the morning.
It is quite interesting when you think about it.
No, I'll give it a watch in the morning, man. It'll be a bit late for me by the time I get off.
Yeah, but
I'm debating whether to do these 5 legendary battles in AI or standard. It'll kill my credits if I do it in AI.
Good luck, everyone. Engine boost activated.
yeah, it's only 12 minutes long, to be fair, Mike, but I can't find the main documentary to it.
Hmm.
You might be able to find it.
The ship is on fire.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
Nice work. Concentrate fire on the target.
Enemy destroyer sunk. Our team has taken the lead.
Engine boost deactivated.
Our victory is in sight.
It looks like Kenny's probably even going for his dinner, or he's going to bed soon.
Our victory is in sight.
Well, if he's going to bed, he'll let me know because he's hosting my stream at the moment. So.
Our victory is in sight.
No, I can't be bothered to do the legendary. It's not worth it for the camo, and it's not worth losing the money for the 5 things either.
cruiser sunk. Action stations.
call it a night, guys. Don't forget to follow and like and subscribe. I'll catch you all in the next video. Huge shout out to Kennedy for